funny looking back how many little things piled up to create that one monumental mistake. I was 23 that summer, fresh out of college, feeling like I had all the answers and enough confidence to scale Everest with a spork. I'd taken a job in some obscure state park, a place where the air smelled permanently of pine needles and damp earth, miles from anything resembling a decent cell signal. My official title was Park Interpretive Ranger Aide, which mostly meant I pointed tourists towards bathrooms and occasionally helped identify a particularly aggressive squirrel. But really, I was just looking for a quiet place to figure things out, a summer escape before diving into the real world. The park itself was vast, mostly undeveloped forest, cut through by a few winding rivers and a network of hiking trails. Remote was an understatement. The nearest town, Maplewood, was less a town and more a collection of 3 general stores and a diner that served rubber eggs. I lived in a tiny, bare-bones cabin near the ranger station, my only company the hooting owls at night and the occasional inquisitive deer. It was peaceful, almost idyllic, which made what happened next feel even more out of place, like a static burst in a silent film. The hill where phones die wasn't its official name, of course. On the park maps, it was just Lookout Point, a slightly higher elevation that offered a decent, if unspectacular, view of the tree canopy. The name came from the hikers, and it was mostly a joke. Everyone knew the park had terrible service. "Oh, my phone died," they'd say, laughing, as their signal bars vanished at various points along the trails. But Lookout Point was different. There it wasn't just signal loss. Devices would, without fail, completely shut down. Not just lose service, but power off, sometimes even if they had a full charge. Turn them back on, and they'd often show an empty battery. It was a weird quirk, a minor annoyance, nothing more, or so I thought. My vulnerability that day wasn't some grand act of stupidity. It was a combination of everyday mistakes. First, I went alone. It was my day off, and I'd been itching to explore a new section of trail I'd only seen on maps, a loop that went past Lookout Point, and then deep into an old-growth forest area the other rangers called the Quiet Zone. It wasn't officially closed, but it wasn't maintained either. "Don't get lost out there, kid," Old Man Hemlock, the head ranger, had grumbled that morning, chewing on a toothpick. "Path gets faint past the point." I just waved him off, arrogant in my youthful conviction. Second, the timing. I'd set out later than I should have, around 3 p.m. The sun was still high, but in the dense forest, dusk comes early, especially when you're pushing past unmaintained trails. I knew better. I'd been trained to know better. But the weather was perfect, a cool breeze, clear skies, and I was enjoying the solitude, the crunch of leaves under my boots. My phone, a fairly new model, was tucked into my backpack, fully charged. I'd brought it out of habit, not expectation, since I knew it was useless up there. My real guide was a laminated paper map and a compass. Old school, reliable, or so I thought. The hike to Lookout Point was easy enough, about an hour of steady uphill. The air grew cooler as I ascended, the forest closing in tighter. The sounds of distant traffic, the occasional park vehicle, all faded away, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the chirping of unseen birds. It was exactly what I wanted, peace. I reached the summit of Lookout Point, a small, rocky clearing perhaps 20 feet across, just as the sun began to dip, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. I pulled my phone out of my bag, mostly just to check the time before it died, as it always did. The screen was black. I pressed the power button. Nothing, just as expected. I smirked, thinking, yep, still the hill where phones die. Then a sudden, sharp snap echoed from the trees directly across the clearing. It wasn't a twig. It was a branch, thick and heavy, cracking with the sound of breaking bone. My head shot up. The air, which had been pleasantly cool, suddenly felt colder, and the vibrant sunset colors seemed to dim, as if a cloud had passed over the sun itself. Except there were no clouds. The forest beyond Lookout Point, the quiet zone, now looked like an impenetrable wall of shadows, darker than it should have been this early in the evening. And the silence that followed the snap was absolute, profound. The birds had stopped singing. The wind had ceased its rustling. It wasn't just quiet, it was dead quiet. And for the first time, a prickle of unease, sharp and cold, ran down my spine. My heart hammered against my ribs, a sudden, frantic drumbeat in the sudden, profound silence. The snap had been too loud, too deliberate to be random, and the stillness that followed wasn't natural. Not even in the deepest parts of the forest, where human sounds rarely penetrated, did the wind simply stop, the birds fall silent, the very air grow heavy and cold. It felt like the forest itself was holding its breath. My gaze darted to the spot where the sound had come from, a dense tangle of pines and oaks that formed the edge of the quiet zone. It was truly an impenetrable wall of shadows now, the fading light struggling to pierce its depths. I strained my ears, waiting for a rustle, a creature stirring, anything to break the unnatural quiet. Nothing, not even the distant buzz of an insect. The world had gone mute. A cold dread began to curl in my stomach, a feeling far more intense than mere unease. It was a primal fear, the kind that whispers of being hunted, of being utterly alone in a place where you are not welcome. My hand instinctively went to the compass and map tucked into my backpack, my only reliable guides in this suddenly hostile environment. The laminated paper felt flimsy, cold against my fingers. "Hello," my voice came out thin, reedy, swallowed by the vast silence almost before it left my lips. The sound felt alien, an intrusion. I waited for a response, half expecting a hiker, a fellow ranger even, to emerge from the trees, perhaps playing a prank. But there was nothing, just the silence pressing in, thick and suffocating. I took a tentative step back, away from the edge of the clearing, away from the ominous darkness of the quiet zone. The logical part of my brain, the part that had been trained in park safety, screamed at me to turn around, to get back to the maintained trails, back to the relative safety of the ranger station. But another part, the arrogant, curious, foolish part, was still nagging at me. What was that snap? Why the sudden, absolute silence?
Join us.
My desire to understand, to rationalize, was a dangerous pull. I scanned the tree line again, slowly, deliberately. The trees were tall, ancient, their branches interwoven so tightly that it was impossible to see more than a few feet into the woods. Shadows danced and writhed in the failing light, playing tricks on my eyes. Was that a shape deeper in the gloom, a darker patch against the already dark background, or just a trick of perspective? My heart pounded, making it hard to think clearly. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, caught between the rational desire to flee and the irrational compulsion to investigate. The sun continued its descent, dipping further below the horizon, and with each passing minute, the light faded, the shadows deepened. Soon, it would be truly dark. Finally, common sense, aided by a healthy dose of fear, won out. "Okay, enough," I muttered to myself, my voice steadier this time, bolstered by the decision. Time to go. I turned, intending to retrace my steps back down the familiar path to the ranger station. But as I turned, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention. It wasn't a sound, not exactly. More like a pressure change, a displacement. And then a faint metallic scent, like ozone after a lightning strike, but mixed with something else, something earthy and sweet, yet strangely artificial. It was so fleeting, I almost dismissed it as my imagination. Almost. I hesitated, my hand now gripping the strap of my backpack, knuckles white. The path I had just decided to take, the safe, known path, suddenly seemed less inviting. The descent was steep in places, and in the encroaching darkness, a twisted ankle could be serious, and the silence still held, heavy and unnatural. What if whatever made that sound, whatever caused this oppressive quiet, was behind me now? What if it had moved while my back was turned? The thought sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. I whipped my head back around, scanning the quiet zone once more. Still nothing. Just the impenetrable wall of shadows, growing denser with every passing moment. My breath hitched. The thought was absurd, paranoid, but it clung to me. I felt watched. Not just by the impersonal, ancient gaze of the forest, but by something specific, something hidden. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. My rational mind tried to intervene. It's just your imagination, kid. You're tired, alone, and the dark is playing tricks. Go home. But the irrational fear was louder, more insistent. The hill where phones die. The quiet zone, the snapped branch, the cold, the silence. It all coalesced into a single, terrifying understanding. Something was profoundly wrong here. I considered my options. Head back the way I came, down the fading trail, hoping nothing was waiting for me there. Or try to find a different way. A way that didn't feel like I was walking into an ambush. The map, my old-school reliable map, showed that the trail past Lookout Point, the one leading into the quiet zone, was a loop. A long loop, unmaintained, but a loop nonetheless. If I pushed through, I'd eventually come out on another park road, miles from the ranger station, but at least on a road. It felt like a gamble, a dangerous one, but going back felt like walking into a trap. My hand, trembling slightly, pulled the laminated map from my bag. I unfolded it carefully, the paper rustling softly in the oppressive quiet. The faint lines of the unmaintained trail, labeled simply Old Growth Loop, snaked away from Lookout Point, deeper into the unlabeled green expanse that was the quiet zone. Old Man Hemlock's words echoed in my mind. Path gets faint past the point. Faint was an understatement, I realized as I peered into the gloom. There was no clear path visible from where I stood, just a dense wall of trees. If I went in there, I'd be bushwhacking, relying solely on my compass and vague landmarks. And in the dark, that was a recipe for getting truly lost. But the alternative, the idea of turning my back on whatever felt like it was lurking behind the veil of trees, felt even worse. The air continued to grow colder, and I shivered, though not entirely from the chill. It was a premonition, a deep, unsettling intuition that told me the danger wasn't behind me, but ahead. And if I went back, I'd be exposing myself to whatever was following. This was the monumental mistake, I realized even then, dimly. The moment where I chose the path of greater uncertainty, driven by a fear that had no name, no face, but was utterly real. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to steady my racing pulse, my eyes fixed on the impenetrable darkness of the quiet zone. "All right," I whispered, more to steel my own resolve than anything else. "Let's see what's back here." I pushed through a thick curtain of low-hanging branches, the dry leaves scratching at my jacket, and stepped into the shadowy embrace of the quiet zone. The difference was immediate and profound. The air here was even colder, almost biting, as if a pocket of frigid air had settled permanently within the ancient forest. The scent of ozone was stronger, sharper, mingling with that strange, sweet, artificial undertone. And the silence. It was no longer just a lack of sound. It was an active force, pressing in, deadening my own footsteps, muffling the rustle of leaves I disturbed. It felt like walking into an empty tomb. I took out my compass, holding it steady. The needle spun wildly for a moment, then settled, pointing vaguely northeast. The map showed the old growth loop veering slightly north from Lookout Point before looping back west. I started walking in the indicated direction, trying to keep a straight line, my eyes constantly scanning the ground for any sign of a faint trail. There was none. The forest floor was a thick carpet of fallen leaves, ancient roots, and moss-covered rocks. Every step was a careful calculation, a test of balance. The trees here were enormous, their trunks wider than I could stretch my arms around, their canopies so dense that only slivers of the twilight sky could pierce through. It was perpetually dim, a world of perpetual dusk, even when the sun was high. Now it was almost fully dark, illuminated only by the faint, eerie glow of my headlamp, which I'd pulled from my bag. Its beam, usually so strong, seemed weak and ineffectual here, swallowed by the gloom. As I walked, I kept checking my compass, trying to maintain a bearing. Every few minutes, I'd stop just to listen. The silence was absolute. No crickets, no rustling animals, no distant wind. It was disorienting, unsettling. My own breath seemed impossibly loud in my ears, my heartbeat a frantic drum. The trees themselves seemed different here. Their bark was thicker, gnarled and twisted into grotesque shapes. Some of them had strange growths, like enormous fungi, clinging to their sides, glowing faintly with an unnatural bioluminescence. It cast a sickly green light in patches, making the shadows writhe and dance. My mind, already frayed by fear, conjured images of eyes watching me from the depths of those shadows. I tried to keep my thoughts focused, to concentrate on navigation, on placing one foot in front of the other. Just keep moving, find the path, get out. But the eerie atmosphere was relentless. It seeped into my bones, a cold, creeping dread that tightened its grip with every step. After what felt like an hour, though my watch, an old analog one, thankfully not reliant on batteries, told me it had only been about 20 minutes, I stopped again, leaning against the rough bark of a giant oak. My legs ached and my lungs burned. The air here was thin, cold, and carried that same metallic sweet artificial scent that was starting to make my head throb. I consulted my map again. According to my rough estimate of pace and direction, I should be somewhat deeper into the loop now, but I hadn't seen any discernible trail, and the forest ahead looked just as trackless, just as dark. Doubt began to creep in, cold and sharp. Had I made a terrible mistake coming this way? Was I just walking myself deeper into trouble? Just as these thoughts solidified, a sound, faint but distinct, reached my ears. It wasn't the natural snap of a branch. It was a click, a precise mechanical click, like a switch being thrown. It came from somewhere ahead, deeper in the unyielding darkness. My headlamp beam snapped towards the sound, but it revealed nothing but more trees, more shadows. The click was followed by a low hum, a vibration that I felt more than heard, resonating through the soles of my boots up through the ancient earth. It was a subtle thrum, barely perceptible, but once I noticed it, I couldn't unnotice it. It was like the forest itself had a pulse, a low, mechanical heartbeat. Panic, cold and sharp, threatened to overwhelm me. This wasn't natural. None of this was natural. The phones dying, the silence, the cold, the strange scent, the glowing fungi, and now this mechanical hum. My park ranger training had covered bare encounters, getting lost, basic first aid. It had not prepared me for this. I forced myself to breathe, to push back the surge of adrenaline. Think, what is that sound? It sounded like machinery, like something man-made. But Old Man Hemlock had sworn this section of the park was untouched, old growth, a preserve. There shouldn't be anything man-made out here. Nothing but trees and animals. My eyes scanned the area again, more frantically this time. The glowing fungi on the tree trunks seemed to pulse faintly in response to the hum, their sickly green light growing slightly brighter, then dimming. The effect was hypnotic, unsettling. Then I saw it, Just at the very edge of my headlamp's beam, nestled between the enormous roots of another ancient tree, was a glint, a faint, almost imperceptible gleam of something metallic. My heart leaped into my throat. My ranger instincts, the ones that usually told me to observe from a distance, were overridden by a desperate need to understand, to see what this was. I took a cautious step forward, then another, my eyes locked on the glint. As I drew closer, the beam of my headlamp pierced the gloom more effectively. The glint resolved itself into a small metallic box, no bigger than a lunchbox, half buried in the leaf litter. It was made of some dull, dark metal, unpainted and looked ancient, almost fused with the earth. Wires, thick and black, snaked out from its sides, disappearing into the ground and up into the roots of the nearby trees. And on its surface, a single, small, red light pulsed, in time with the faint hum that vibrated through the forest floor. The click sound had been the activation of this device, whatever it was. I knelt down, my hand trembling as I reached out. The metal was cold to the touch, smoother than it looked. There were no visible markings, no logos, no inscriptions, just the dull metal, the thick wires, and the pulsing red light. It looked utterly out of place, an alien artifact in the heart of this ancient forest. As I leaned closer, trying to make sense of it, a faint whisper drifted on the frigid air. It wasn't a voice, not exactly. More like a current, a faint vibration that seemed to bypass my ears and resonate directly in my mind. It was formless, without words, yet it carried an undeniable sense of presence. A low thrum of energy, a watchful awareness. My breath caught in my throat. I wasn't alone. I had been right, something was here. Something that wasn't a bear or a deer or any animal I knew. And it felt old, terribly old. A sudden, sharp spike of fear, cold and pure, shot through me. My hand instinctively recoiled from the metallic box. This wasn't just a strange phenomenon. It was something deliberate, something active. This device, whatever it was, wasn't just a random piece of forgotten equipment. It was on, and it was doing something. And that something felt like it was radiating outwards, filling the forest, creating the silence, the cold, the dead phones, the oppressive atmosphere. It was the source. I scrambled backward, tripping over a root and landing hard on my backside. The impact jarred me, but the adrenaline coursing through my veins made me ignore the pain. My eyes darted around, searching the shadows, expecting something to emerge, to reveal itself. But still nothing. Just the deep, ancient trees, the glowing fungi, the oppressive silence, and the faint, unsettling hum of the metallic box. The red light continued to pulse, steady and relentless. I pushed myself up, my legs wobbly. I had to get out of here. My earlier fear of backtracking now seemed trivial compared to the profound, existential dread that had settled upon me. This was no longer just about getting lost. It was about escaping something I didn't understand, something that felt immensely powerful and utterly alien. I turned and stumbled away from the box, abandoning any pretense of following a logical path. I just needed to put distance between myself and that pulsing red light, that humming metal. My headlamp beam bounced wildly, illuminating brief, terrifying glimpses of the gnarled trees, the twisting roots, the pervasive darkness. I tried to remember my compass bearing, but my mind was a whirlwind of fear. North, east, west, south, it all blurred. My only instinct was to flee, to run as fast as I could. I plunged deeper into the unmaintained forest, pushing through dense undergrowth, snagging my clothes on thorns, scraping my skin on rough branches. The branches lashed at my face, but I barely registered the pain. My breath came in ragged gasps, my lungs burning with the frigid air. The mechanical hum, though faint, seemed to follow me. Or perhaps it was just my heightened senses, my imagination playing cruel tricks. The silence, however, remained absolute, only broken by my own frantic scrabbling and panting. It felt like I was running through a vacuum. I ran until my legs screamed in protest, until my lungs felt like they would burst. I finally collapsed against a massive tree, sliding down its rough trunk to the damp earth. My body shook uncontrollably, partly from exertion, partly from terror. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the oppressive darkness, the strange glowing fungi that seemed to watch me. When I opened them again, slowly, my headlamp beam was pointing at a cluster of the glowing fungi on the tree trunk directly opposite me. They were larger here, almost like plates, and their sickly green light pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm, much like the red light on the metallic box. But as I watched, mesmerized by their eerie glow, something else caught my eye. Etched into the bark of the ancient tree, just above the glowing fungi, were symbols. Not carvings exactly, but more like lines, perfectly straight and sharp, that didn't look like any natural mark. They formed a complex pattern, geometric and intricate, unlike anything I'd ever seen. They didn't look man-made, or rather, not made by human hands. They had a precision, a uniformity that felt otherworldly. And they seemed to absorb the faint light from the fungi, almost glowing themselves with a subtle inner luminescence. A chill deeper than the cold air pierced me. These weren't random marks. They were deliberate, and they were everywhere, I suddenly realized, as my headlamp beam swept across the surrounding trees. Faintly etched into the bark, sometimes hidden by moss or ivy, sometimes starkly visible, were these same strange symbols. They were a language or a map or something entirely unfathomable.
The old signs
This wasn't
are
just a
returning.
weird quirk of nature
Join
or
us.
some forgotten Cold War era experiment. This was something ancient, something deliberate, something far beyond my understanding. The feeling of being watched intensified, pressing in from all sides. The forest wasn't just silent, it was observing. I forced myself back to my feet, my legs still trembling. I couldn't stay here. I had to find a way out, any way out. I pulled out my compass again, but this time the needle didn't just spin wildly. It spun, then settled, pointing directly back the way I had come, towards the metallic box. Then it would jump erratically, then settle on a random direction, then spin again. It was useless. The device, whatever it was interfering with it. My reliable, old-school compass, my last vestige of navigation, was dead too, just like my phone. A wave of despair washed over me. I was truly lost now, deep in an unmapped, unnatural forest, surrounded by alien symbols, hunted by an unseen presence, with no way to navigate and no way to call for help. The darkness felt absolute, a living, breathing entity that was slowly, inexorably closing in. I started to walk again, not running this time, but a fast, desperate stumble, pushing blindly through the undergrowth, hoping to stumble upon something recognizable, anything that looked like a path, a boundary, a sign of the normal world. The strange symbols on the trees seemed to multiply, appearing with greater frequency, sometimes almost glowing with that subtle inner light, sometimes seemingly carved deeper, more prominently. They were like breadcrumbs, but to what? A trap, a destination. As I pushed through a particularly dense thicket of thorny bushes, I broke out into a small, unexpected clearing. It wasn't a natural clearing. The ground here was unnaturally flat, almost perfectly level, as if it had been deliberately cleared. And in the center of it stood something I hadn't expected, something that made my blood run cold all over again. It was a structure, or what remained of one. Tall, slender pillars of dark, smooth stone, impossibly narrow yet incredibly sturdy, rose from the earth. They were arranged in a rough circle, perhaps 20 feet in diameter, and though some were broken or tilted, others still stood perfectly upright, reaching towards the unseen sky. There was no roof, no walls, just these monolithic pillars, weathered and ancient, covered in the same strange geometric symbols that adorn the trees. They didn't look like they had been quarried or lifted by human hands. They looked like they had grown there, emerging from the very earth, yet bearing the unmistakable mark of intelligent design. And in the very center of the circle, where the ground was perfectly bare, stood a single, tall slab of the same dark stone, polished to a mirror-like sheen. On its surface, the symbols were not just etched, but carved deeply, radiating a faint, bluish luminescence. And at the base of the slab, almost nestled into the earth, was another metallic box. This one was larger, more ornate, with several pulsing lights, red, blue, green, and more intricate wires snaking out from it, disappearing into the ground and up into the pillars themselves. The low hum, which had been a constant companion since I'd found the first box, was noticeably stronger here, almost a palpable vibration in the air. This was a place of power, an ancient altar, a forgotten beacon, a cosmic tuning fork. My mind reeled, trying to comprehend what I was seeing. This wasn't just a park, it was a site, a nexus. As I stared at the central slab, the blue luminescence from its symbols seemed to pulse, growing brighter. And then the faint whisper in my mind, the formless presence, coalesced. It wasn't a whisper anymore. It was a pressure, a thrumming awareness, a feeling of being utterly scrutinized, not just by one entity, but by many. And then a sound. It was a low, resonant frequency, a deep bass note that seemed to originate from the stone slab itself, vibrating through the ground, through my body, through my very bones. It was a sound that was felt more than heard, a profound, unsettling hum that seemed to reach into the deepest parts of my consciousness. It was the sound of something awakening. And then from the depths of the forest, from beyond the circle of standing stones, a new sound emerged, a rustling, but not the rustling of leaves or a scampering animal. It was a shuffling, a slow, deliberate movement of something heavy, something dragging itself across the forest floor. It was coming from multiple directions, encircling the clearing. My headlamp beam snapped towards the sound, dancing wildly in my shaking hand. The shadows at the edge of the clearing, already impossibly deep, seemed to deepen further, to solidify, to take on mass. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't see anything clearly, but I could feel them, many of them, closing in. The shuffling grew louder, closer, and then from the impenetrable darkness between two of the stone pillars, a shape emerged. It was tall, impossibly thin, and moved with a jerky, unnatural grace. Its skin, if it was skin, seemed to absorb the meager light, appearing as a pure, unreflective black, like a hole in reality. It had no discernible features, no eyes, no mouth, no nose, just a smooth, elongated head that tilted slightly, as if observing me. Its limbs were long and spindly, ending in what looked like elongated, bony digits. And as it moved, the air around it seemed to shimmer, distorting the trees behind it, as if it were vibrating on a different frequency. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to scream. My mind simply refused to process what my eyes were seeing. This was not possible. This was not real. This was a nightmare. Then another one emerged from a different part of the circle, then another, and another. Slowly, deliberately, these impossible figures glided into the clearing, forming a silent, watchful circle around me. There were perhaps 6 or 7 of them, all identical in their terrifying, featureless blackness. The low hum from the central slab intensified, vibrating through the air, through my very being. The blue light from the symbols on the slab pulsed brighter, reflecting faintly off the dark, unreflective surfaces of the creatures. The silence, which had been so absolute, now seemed to deepen, to become a void that swallowed all sound, all hope. One of the creatures, the one directly in front of me, took a single, slow, deliberate step forward. Its head tilted further, as if examining me with an unseen gaze. And in my mind, clear as a spoken word, a thought that was not my own echoed, "You are here." It wasn't a question, it was a statement. A cold, ancient, undeniable statement. My legs finally gave out and I crumpled to the ground, falling into a sitting position. My headlamp rolled away, its beam now pointing uselessly at the ground, leaving me in the relative darkness, illuminated only by the faint, eerie glow of the stone symbols and the pulsing lights of the devices. The creatures, though still indistinct in the gloom, seemed to loom larger, their presence suffocating. I looked up at the one in front of me, my eyes wide with terror, tears streaming down my face. I had no idea what they were or what they wanted, but I knew with absolute certainty that my monumental mistake had led me directly into their grasp. I was no longer a ranger aide, confident and arrogant. I was simply prey, caught in an ancient, silent trap. The hum from the central slab peaked, becoming an almost unbearable pressure in my skull. The blue light from the symbols on the slab flared, illuminating the clearing in a sudden, brilliant, ethereal glow. And then from the central slab itself, a shimmering, translucent curtain of light, like a ripple in water, began to rise, slowly unfurling itself, expanding outwards, upward, until it formed an arch, a gateway of pure, shimmering energy. The creatures around me remained motionless, their dark forms silent sentinels. Their attention, however, seemed to shift from me to the rising portal, their featureless heads now angled towards the shimmering gateway. The air in the clearing became charged, electric. The ozone smell intensified, becoming almost painful to inhale. The cold, which had been merely biting, now felt like a deep, soul-shattering chill, radiating from the portal itself. I felt my teeth chattering uncontrollably, my entire body convulsing. And through the shimmering veil of light, I thought I saw something. Something vast, indescribable, a swirling vortex of colors and impossible geometries, like peering into the very fabric of existence or non-existence. It was a glimpse into a dimension that defied logic, a place of pure chaos and unimaginable power. The hum continued to build, now accompanied by a high-pitched whine that grated on my nerves, threatening to shatter my eardrums. I pressed my hands against my head, trying to block out the assault of sound and sensation. My vision blurred, the world around me beginning to spin. The creatures, still silent, still watching, began to move, not towards me, but towards the shimmering portal. They moved with a synchronized, almost ritualistic slowness, gliding forward, their dark forms reflecting the ethereal blue light. One by one, they stepped into the shimmering veil, their bodies seeming to dissolve into light as they passed through, vanishing into the swirling chaos beyond. Terror, primal and overwhelming, spurred me. This was my chance. They were distracted. They were leaving. If I didn't move now, I would be next. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I pushed myself to my feet. My legs screamed in protest, but I forced them to move. My eyes fixed on the gap in the circle of stones where the creatures had emerged, my only perceived escape route. I stumbled forward, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs, every muscle screaming. Just as I reached the edge of the clearing, intending to plunge back into the unyielding darkness of the forest, a hand, or something like a hand, shot out from behind one of the remaining stone pillars. It was dark, slender, and impossibly long, and it clamped around my ankle with an icy grip. I cried out, a strangled sound of pure terror, and fell hard, my head striking the ground. Stars exploded behind my eyes, and a wave of nausea washed over me. The grip on my ankle tightened, pulling me back, inexorably, towards the center of the clearing, towards the shimmering portal, towards the central slab where the symbols still pulsed with their malevolent blue light. My headlamp, still illuminating a small patch of ground, had gone out. The clearing was plunged into a deeper gloom, lit only by the now intensifying blue glow of the portal and the various pulsing lights of the metallic boxes. The creature, the one that had grabbed me, emerged from behind the pillar. It was larger than the others, its form even more indistinct, like a deeper shadow in the already profound darkness. It dragged me back slowly, deliberately, towards the central slab. I scrabbled at the ground, clawing at roots and leaves, trying to find purchase, anything to stop my terrifying backward slide. But its grip was unyielding, impossibly strong. As I was dragged closer, the humming and whining from the slab became deafening, an unbearable cacophony that vibrated through every cell of my body. My vision swam, and I felt a dizzying sense of disorientation, as if the world around me was warping, twisting into impossible shapes. The blue light from the portal became so intense it was blinding, searing my eyes even through my squeezed eyelids. The thought, ancient and cold, echoed in my mind again, clearer this time, laced with an awful finality. You are here, and you will stay. I felt myself being pulled closer, closer, until I was right at the base of the shimmering portal, the blinding blue light washing over me, the intense cold seeping into my very bones. The creature released my ankle, and I felt its presence loom over me. Then a touch, a cold, smooth pressure on my forehead. The world exploded into light and sound. Not the light and sound of an actual explosion, but an internal one, a sensory overload that overwhelmed every nerve ending, every thought, every coherent perception. I felt like I was being stretched, pulled apart, dissolved into the very air. The distinct sensation of falling, spiraling into an infinite void, consumed me. And then, just as suddenly, the light dimmed, the sound receded, and the falling sensation ceased. I was no longer falling, but floating, suspended in a boundless, shimmering space that was neither light nor dark, neither hot nor cold. It was a place of pure potential, a canvas of abstract forms and shifting colors, where logic and physics held no sway. I was no longer me, not entirely. My consciousness felt diffuse, expanded, as if I had become one with the shimmering void. I could perceive things I shouldn't be able to perceive, sense energies and frequencies that were utterly alien. It was beautiful, terrifying, and profoundly disorienting. Time had no meaning here. Minutes could have been millennia or a single breath. I drifted, a silent observer in this impossible realm, a fleeting consciousness in a vast, unknowable tapestry. Then slowly, subtly, fragments of my former self began to reassert themselves. A memory of pine needles, the smell of damp earth, old man hemlock's grumpy warning, my name, my name. The return of these familiar anchors was like a tiny pinprick of light in the boundless void. And with the return of self came the memory of the terror, the creatures, the portal, the metallic boxes, the impossible symbols, the monumental mistake. I was pulled gently but inexorably by an unseen current, not back into the clearing, not back into the forest, but elsewhere. A sense of being funneled, compressed, reformed. The shimmering void began to coalesce, to form vague shapes, then distinct structures. Not structures I recognized from Earth. These were colossal, intricate, organic, and mechanical at once, pulsing with the same alien blue light I had seen on the central slab. I was inside something, A vast living machine, perhaps, or a city, or both. It was impossible to tell. The air here was thin, metallic, and resonated with a constant, low hum, far more complex and layered than the simple hum of the devices in the forest. And the cold. The biting, soul-searing cold was here too, permeating everything. I felt myself solidify, my physical form slowly reassembling, like scattered dust motes drawn back together. The feeling was agonizing, a slow, painful reintegration of my very atoms. My senses, though still overwhelmed, began to register individual stimuli: the cold, the metallic taste in my mouth, the oppressive silence. When my eyes finally fluttered open, it was into a dim, cavernous space. The blue light was ubiquitous, emanating from the very walls and ceiling, which seemed to be composed of the same dark, polished stone as the pillars in the forest clearing. Strange, glowing conduits snaked across the surfaces, pulsing with an inner light like veins of pure energy. I was lying on a cold, hard surface, my body stiff and aching. I tried to move, but my limbs felt heavy, sluggish, as if gravity here was far stronger than on Earth. My head throbbed, a dull, persistent ache behind my eyes. I pushed myself up onto my elbows, slowly, painfully. The space was enormous, far larger than any room I had ever seen. High above, lost in the blue gloom, was a ceiling that seemed to stretch into infinity. And around me, arranged in perfectly symmetrical rows, were other forms. They were like me, humanoid, lying on similar cold, dark slabs, dozens of them, hundreds perhaps, all motionless, all silent. Some looked like they were asleep, their chests rising in. And around me, arranged in perfectly symmetrical rows, were other forms. They were like me, humanoid, lying on similar cold, dark slabs, dozens of them, hundreds perhaps, all motionless, all silent. Some looked like they were asleep, their chests rising and falling almost imperceptibly, while others seemed unnaturally still, their skin a waxy pallor in the blue light. A new wave of fear, cold and profound, washed over me. I wasn't alone. And yet, I had never felt more isolated, more utterly insignificant. The air, though thin and metallic, was surprisingly still. No drafts, no whispers, no sounds beyond the pervasive, complex hum that vibrated through the stone, through my own body. It was a low symphony, each note a different frequency, creating a sense of being perpetually observed, perpetually processed. I pushed harder, grunting with effort, and managed to roll onto my side, then sit up fully. My head swam, and for a moment the blue-lit cavern spun around me. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing the nausea to pass. When I opened them again, the world had settled. My hands, though scraped and bruised from my frantic flight through the forest, felt strangely numb. I looked down at my clothes, my park ranger uniform torn and dirty, but otherwise intact. My backpack, however, was gone. My headlamp, my compass, my map, all gone. I was truly stripped bare, a specimen in a vast, alien laboratory. My gaze swept across the rows of silent forms. They were all adults, men and women, dressed in what looked like everyday clothing, jeans, t-shirts, hoodies. Many of them had backpacks or small bags lying beside their slabs, much like mine would have been. Were they hikers, campers, other lost souls from other forests? The thought was chilling. How long had they been here, and what was happening to them? I swung my legs off the slab, trying to stand. My muscles screamed in protest, stiff and uncooperative. The gravity, or whatever force was at play, definitely felt heavier here. I stumbled, catching myself on the edge of the slab, my knees buckling. I forced myself upright, using the slab as a crutch, then took a tentative step onto the polished, dark floor. It was cold, so cold it seeped through the soles of my boots. a pervasive chill that seemed to radiate from the very structure itself. Each step was an effort, my body feeling like it weighed twice its normal amount. I moved slowly, cautiously, making my way down the narrow aisle between the rows of inert figures. As I passed, I tried to get a closer look at their faces. Some were pale, almost translucent, while others had a faint, healthy flush. Their expressions were uniformly placid, peaceful, almost serene. It was unsettling. No signs of distress, no fear, no struggle, just a deep, profound slumber. I reached out, my hand hovering over the face of a young woman lying on a slab to my left. Her eyes were closed, her lips slightly parted. Her breathing was so shallow it was almost imperceptible. I hesitated, then gently placed my fingers on her wrist. Her skin was cool, almost cold, but beneath it I felt a faint, thready pulse. She was alive. They were all alive, but for what purpose? A sudden, faint flicker of movement caught my eye. Ahead, at the far end of the cavernous space, where the blue light seemed to converge into an even deeper, more vibrant hue, something was stirring. My heart hammered against my ribs, a renewed surge of adrenaline sharpening my senses. I moved faster now, ignoring the aches and pains, driven by an instinctive need to know, to understand. As I drew closer, the blue light intensified, creating an almost blinding glare, and then I saw them. The creatures, the same impossibly thin, dark figures from the forest clearing. They were here, moving with that same jerky, unnatural grace, gliding silently across the polished floor. They were gathered around a central structure, a massive, multifaceted obelisk of the same dark, glowing stone that formed the walls. This obelisk pulsed with an inner, vibrant blue light, far brighter than anything else in the cavern. There were more of them here, perhaps a dozen or more, all identical in their featureless blackness. They didn't seem to notice me, their attention entirely focused on the obelisk, around which they moved in a slow, precise, almost ritualistic dance. They weren't touching it, but their spindly limbs swayed, their elongated heads tilted, as if they were performing some intricate, silent communion. As I watched, mesmerized by their alien grace, I noticed something else. Small, delicate tendrils of light, impossibly thin and shimmering, seemed to emanate from the top of the obelisk. They stretched outwards, upwards, disappearing into the vast, unseen ceiling above. And then I traced them downwards. They also extended from the base of the obelisk, forming a complex web that snaked across the floor, connecting to each of the individual slabs where the humans lay. The tendrils, they were like wires, but made of pure, ethereal energy. They pulsed faintly, in time with the obelisk's glow and with the thready heartbeats of the people they connected to. This was it. This was what they were doing. They were siphoning something, or perhaps injecting something. A sudden, overwhelming wave of understanding, or perhaps just a terrible intuition, washed over me. These people weren't just asleep. They were being used. Their life force, their consciousness, their very essence was being harvested or transformed or something far more insidious. The thought, ancient and cold, that had echoed in my mind earlier, returned. You are here, and you will stay. It wasn't a threat, but a statement of undeniable fact. This place, these creatures, this entire impossibly advanced alien machine had brought me here for a purpose. And I was just another component in their grand, terrifying design. Panic, raw and unreasoning, flared within me. I had to get out. My feet, despite their aching protests, began to move. Not towards the creatures, not towards the obelisk, but back the way I came, towards the entrance, towards any potential exit from this chilling, blue-lit prison. I stumbled back down the aisle, my gaze darting frantically from side to side. The humans on the slabs remained motionless, oblivious. The creatures at the obelisk continued their silent dance, seemingly unaware of my presence. Was I truly unseen, or were they simply uninterested in my insignificant movements? I reached the area where I had first woken up. The slab I had been on was indistinguishable from the others. The massive cavern seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions, a labyrinth of dark stone and pulsing blue light. I looked up, trying to find the source of the light, the direction of the portal. But there was no portal here, no shimmering gateway, just the smooth, polished ceiling, lost in the blue gloom. Despair threatened to overwhelm me. There was no obvious exit, no doors, no windows, no cracks in the seamless stone. It was a closed system, a self-contained world designed to hold whatever was brought within. I began to walk along the outer perimeter of the cavern, hugging the cold, unyielding wall. My hand brushed against the stone. It was smooth, almost glassy, and radiated that same intense cold. The glowing conduit snaked across its surface like living veins connecting to unseen power sources. I ran my hand over one, feeling a faint vibration, a hum beneath my fingertips. It felt alive. My mind raced, trying to formulate a plan. I needed to find a way out. I needed to understand what these creatures were, what they wanted. And I needed to warn someone, anyone, about this impossible place hidden beneath the earth. As I continued along the wall, my head aching from the constant hum and the thin, metallic air, I began to notice subtle variations in the stone. Some sections were perfectly smooth, others had faint, geometric patterns etched into them, similar to the symbols on the trees and the central slab in the forest clearing. These symbols, however, didn't glow.
It's breaking apart!
They seemed to absorb the blue light, creating deeper shadows, intricate puzzles carved into the very fabric of the structure. I stopped before one such section, a particularly large panel covered in a dense tapestry of these alien symbols. They were mesmerizing, complex, hinting at a language, a history, an entire civilization utterly beyond human comprehension. My fingers traced the cold, sharp lines. As I did, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through the stone beneath my touch. Then a low, resonant thrum emanated from the panel, deeper and more profound than the ambient hum. The blue light around me dimmed slightly, then pulsed brighter, as if in response. And for a fleeting moment, the symbols on the panel seemed to shift, to rearrange themselves, like pieces in an intricate, cosmic puzzle. My hand snapped back, startled. Had I triggered something, or was it just my frayed nerves and overactive imagination? I stared at the panel, my heart pounding. Nothing else happened. The symbols remained static, the stone cold and unyielding. I hesitated then, driven by a strange mix of fear and curiosity. I reached out again, more deliberately this time. I placed my palm flat against the center of the panel, trying to mimic whatever unconscious action I might have taken before. Nothing. I pressed harder, then tried sliding my hand across the symbols, hoping to find a hidden switch, a secret mechanism. Still nothing. The stone remained inert, mocking my attempts. Disappointed and feeling a growing sense of futility, I dropped my hand. But just as I turned to continue my search, a soft, almost inaudible click echoed from the panel. It was the same precise, mechanical click I had heard in the forest, just before finding the first metallic box. My head snapped back towards the panel, and this time it did shift. Slowly, silently, a section of the wall, perhaps 10 feet wide and 20 feet high, began to recede inwards, then slide smoothly to the side, revealing a dark, narrow opening. A passage, an exit, or perhaps another trap. A gasp escaped my lips, a shaky, whispered sound swallowed by the cavern's vastness. The light beyond the opening was different. Not the pervasive blue glow of the main chamber, but a faint, almost sickly yellow-green, pulsating with a slow, deliberate rhythm. And the air flowing from within was even colder, carrying a faint, acrid smell I couldn't quite identify. My instincts screamed at me to run, to plunge into that unknown darkness to escape this place. But a different, more cautious part of my mind held me back. What if this wasn't an exit, but a deeper chamber, a more terrifying revelation? I peered into the opening. The passage was narrow, barely wide enough for me to pass comfortably, and it sloped downwards, disappearing into the yellow-green gloom. The walls within were of the same dark, polished stone, but here, the glowing conduits were more numerous, crisscrossing the surfaces like a tangled web, pulsing with that eerie, sickly light. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. Staying here was not an option. Remaining among the rows of comatose humans, awaiting my unknown fate at the hands of those silent, dark figures, was worse than any unknown. The risk was immense, but the potential reward, escape, understanding, was too great to ignore. With a final glance back at the slumbering rows of humans and the silently dancing creatures around the obelisk, I stepped through the opening. The wall slid silently back into place behind me, sealing me within the narrow passage. The click was softer this time, almost a sigh, as the seamless stone once again rendered the cavern impenetrable. The yellow-green light in the passage was dim, making it difficult to see clearly. My shadow stretched and warped around me, an ominous, shifting companion. The passage continued to slope downwards, a steady descent into the unknown depths of the structure. The air grew colder, and the acrid smell became more distinct, almost metallic, with an underlying tang of something organic, something sickly sweet. The hum was different here too, less of a symphony, more of a low, continuous drone like distant machinery. It vibrated through the stone, through the soles of my boots, up my legs, a pervasive tremor that rattled my teeth. I walked for what felt like an eternity, though the passage was probably only a few hundred feet long. Each step echoed in the oppressive silence, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. The glowing conduits on the walls seemed to pulse with a greater intensity here, their sickly yellow-green light casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed at the edges of my vision. Finally, the passage opened into another, larger chamber. This one was different. It wasn't a cavern, but a vast, rectilinear room, its ceiling impossibly high, lost in the murky yellow-green light, and it was filled with machinery. Colossal structures of dark, polished stone and pulsating conduits filled the space, towering around me like silent, alien monuments. They hummed with a deep, resonant energy, the drone here far louder, a pervasive roar that vibrated through every cell of my body, threatening to deafen me. Panels of flashing lights, intricate dials, and screens displaying incomprehensible symbols glowed from their surfaces. Thick, segmented tubes, like giant, metallic tentacles, snaked from the machines, disappearing into the floor and walls. This was the heart of it, the engine room, the operational center of whatever this place was. And among the machinery, moving with slow, deliberate precision, were the creatures, dozens of them. They were smaller here, more numerous, blending seamlessly into the shadows cast by the colossal machines. They moved with purpose, their spindly limbs manipulating unseen controls, their elongated heads tilted, as if listening to the silent symphony of the humming engines. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to make myself as small, as invisible as possible. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the roaring hum of the machines. These were the architects, the operators. This was their domain. One of the creatures, slightly larger than the others, glided past a column of flashing lights, its featureless head turning slowly. For a terrifying moment, I thought its gaze had settled on me. I held my breath, my body rigid, prepared to run, to scream, to do anything to escape. But it continued its slow, deliberate movement, disappearing behind a towering monolith of glowing conduits. They were still unaware of me, or perhaps they simply didn't care. I began to move again, inching my way along the perimeter of the chamber, trying to navigate the maze of colossal machines. My goal was still the same: find an exit. But the sheer scale of this place, the overwhelming sense of alien purpose, was suffocating. As I moved deeper into the chamber, the acrid smell intensified, mingling with a new scent, a faint, almost metallic aroma like blood. My stomach churned. I tried to ignore it, to focus on finding a way out. Then I saw it. Tucked away behind a particularly massive machine, almost completely obscured from view, was another opening. This one wasn't a sliding panel, but a simple, dark archway leading into what looked like another passage. It was smaller, less imposing, and offered a faint glimmer of hope. I quickened my pace, my eyes fixed on the archway. The roar of the machines was deafening now, vibrating through my entire body, making it hard to think, hard to breathe. I slipped between two towering consoles, ducking low to avoid detection, my gaze constantly sweeping the chamber for any sign of the creatures. I reached the archway, my hand trembling as I touched the cold stone. This passage was even darker than the previous one, illuminated only by the faint, residual yellow-green light filtering in from the main chamber. The air here was still, thick with the metallic blood smell, and even colder. I stepped through into the oppressive darkness. The roaring hum of the machines immediately diminished, receding to a dull thrum. The passage was narrow, unlit, and sloped steeply downwards. I fumbled for my headlamp, then remembered it was gone. Panic flared. I was in absolute darkness. I extended my hands, feeling my way along the rough stone walls. The cold was bone deep here, a chill that seemed to sink into my very soul. The metallic blood smell grew stronger, almost unbearable. After a few steps, my hands brushed against something wet, sticky. I recoiled instantly, a cry of disgust and terror rising in my throat. I wiped my hands frantically on my torn uniform, the metallic smell now clinging to my skin. Whatever it was not good. I forced myself to continue, moving slower now, my senses on high alert. The passage twisted and turned, disorienting me further. Every step was a terrifying plunge into the unknown. Then a faint, reddish light appeared ahead, a weak, flickering glow like a dying ember. It offered a sliver of illumination, enough to reveal what lay around me. And what I saw made my blood run cold. The walls of the passage, from floor to ceiling, were lined with transparent tubes, and within these tubes, suspended in a viscous, reddish fluid, were bodies, not entire bodies but parts, limbs, organs, heads, all perfectly preserved, gently swaying in the slow current of the fluid, illuminated by the faint, flickering red light from within the tubes themselves. This was a charnel house, a biological vault. My breath hitched. The metallic blood smell was overwhelming here, emanating directly from these horrifying displays. My stomach churned, and I fought back the urge to vomit. These were the remains, the discarded pieces. What had happened to the people upstairs? Were they being disassembled, harvested, for what? My mind screamed in silent protest, recoiling from the unimaginable horror. This was beyond anything I could have ever conceived. This wasn't just an alien machine, it was a factory of biological horror. I stumbled backwards, my legs threatening to give out again. I needed to get out. Not just out of this passage, but out of this entire unspeakable place. But where? Back into the roaring machine chamber, filled with the alien operators, or back to the main cavern, where rows of comatose humans awaited their unknown fate. The flickering red light cast long, dancing shadows, making the preserved body parts seem to writhe, to reach out to me. Their expressions, frozen in silent agony or serene unconsciousness, were horrifying. Some of the faces were vaguely familiar, like people you might see in a crowd on a hike. Others were utterly alien, their features distorted, perhaps not even human. No, I corrected myself, looking closer at a disembodied head floating gently in a tube. That face, with its high cheekbones and pointed chin, its eerily serene expression, was definitely human. A young man, perhaps my age. A choked sob escaped my lips. This was real, all of it, and it was happening right now. I turned blindly, scrambling back the way I had come, desperate to escape the gruesome display. My hands scraped against the walls, no longer caring about the wet stickiness. The passage seemed endless, the flickering red light behind me casting an even more terrifying glow on my flight. I burst back into the machinery chamber, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. The sudden roar of the machines was almost a relief after the silent horror of the passage. I leaned against a cold console, trying to compose myself, to regain some semblance of rational thought. I couldn't go back into that passage, and I couldn't stay here, waiting to be discovered. I looked around the vast chamber, my eyes darting frantically. The creatures moved with their slow, deliberate grace, their attention seemingly absorbed by their colossal machines. They were still oblivious to me, for now. My gaze fell upon one particularly large machine, a massive cylindrical structure that towered almost to the invisible ceiling. It pulsed with a brighter yellow-green light than the others, and from its top, thick, segmented tubes snaked upwards, disappearing into the gloom. But what truly caught my attention was a faint shimmer at its base, a distortion in the air, similar to what I had seen around the creatures in the forest, like a heat haze or a ripple in water. It was subtle, almost imperceptible against the blinding lights and roaring hum, but it was there, and it looked like the portal, or at least a smaller version of it, a localized shimmer, like a gateway barely held open. Could it be an escape, a way back, or just another terrible passage? I didn't care. The thought of that gruesome passage, the dismembered bodies, filled me with a primal terror that eclipsed all caution. I had to try. I began to move towards the shimmering cylinder, forcing my trembling legs to obey. Each step was a battle against the overwhelming hum, the intense cold, the sheer alienness of this place. I kept my eyes on the shimmer, a beacon of desperate hope in the midst of this technological nightmare. I weaved through the maze of machinery, ducking behind consoles, using the shadows cast by the colossal structures as cover. The creatures continued their silent work, their backs mostly to me, their alien forms gliding through the pulsing lights. I was acutely aware of every single movement, every word, every click of the machinery, fearing that any sound might alert them to my presence. As I drew closer to the shimmering cylinder, the air around it grew colder, even more so than the ambient chill of the chamber. And that faint, metallic ozone scent, the one I had first encountered at Lookout Point, became noticeably stronger, almost stinging my nostrils. This was it. This was the source, or at least a direct connection to the source, of the strange phenomena back on Earth. I finally reached the base of the colossal cylinder. The shimmer was undeniable here, a rippling curtain of translucent light, perhaps 7 feet tall and 3 feet wide, flickering at the edge of the machine. It seemed unstable, barely holding its form, pulsing with a faint, internal blue-green light. I reached out a trembling hand, cautiously. My fingertips brushed against the shimmering veil. It felt cold, impossibly cold, like touching liquid nitrogen, but without the burning sensation. It was a cold that seemed to bypass my skin and chill me to the very bone. And through the veil I could see nothing, just a swirling vortex of indistinct colors, a blurred kaleidoscope of abstract forms, similar to the gateway in the forest clearing. This was a portal, a way out, or a way further in. I didn't hesitate. The thought of those gruesome tubes, of the serene, dead faces, propelled me forward. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and plunged through the shimmering veil. The transition was instant and disorienting. A flash of blinding light, a surge of overwhelming sound, and then a sensation of falling, spinning, being pulled apart and reassembled all at once. It was the same terrifying experience as being drawn through the portal in the forest, but more intense, more violent, as if the connection was less stable, less controlled. My body felt stretched, warped, twisted into impossible shapes. My mind reeled, bombarded by sensory overload. I saw colors I couldn't name, heard frequencies that grated on my very soul, felt sensations that defied description. Time lost all meaning, and I drifted in a chaotic maelstrom of pure energy. Then, just as suddenly, the chaos began to recede. The light dimmed, the sound softened, the dizzying sense of disorientation lessened. I felt myself coalesce, my physical form slowly reasserting itself, a painful reintegration of my atoms. The cold, that pervasive alien cold, was still present, but less intense. The metallic ozone scent, though still faint, was familiar, almost comforting in its familiarity. When my eyes finally fluttered open, it was to a sky not of polished stone or glowing conduits, but of dense, dark tree canopy. Faint slivers of twilight, a murky purple-gray, pierced through the interwoven branches. The air was frigid, damp, and smelled strongly of pine needles and damp earth. I was back in the forest. I lay there for a moment, disoriented, my body aching, my mind struggling to process the abrupt shift in reality. The ground beneath me was soft, covered in a thick carpet of fallen leaves and moss. I pushed myself up slowly, painfully, into a sitting position. My head throbbed and my vision swam, but the familiar scents and sounds of the forest, though muted, were undeniably real. The silence, however, was still profound, not the mechanical hum of the alien structure, but the deep, unnatural quiet of the quiet zone. No birds, no insects, no rustling wind, just the oppressive stillness, broken only by my ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my heart. I looked around, frantically trying to orient myself. The trees were enormous, ancient, their bark gnarled and twisted. The glowing fungi were still there, clinging to the trunks, casting their sickly green light in patches. And the alien symbols, faintly etched into the bark, seemed to watch me from every direction. I was still in the quiet zone. I hadn't returned to Lookout Point or the maintained trails. I had merely escaped one part of the alien structure to another. The portal had dropped me back into the heart of their domain on Earth. My eyes scanned the immediate surroundings. I was in a small hollow, sheltered by 3 colossal trees, their roots snaking across the forest floor like giant serpents. Just beyond the hollow, I could see the vague outlines of more dense forest, a wall of impenetrable darkness. Then I noticed something else. Nestled between the roots of one of the trees, half buried in the leaf litter, was a small metallic box. It was identical to the first one I had found, the one with the single, pulsing red light, and it was active. The red light pulsed faintly, steadily, casting a tiny glow in the overwhelming darkness, and from it emanated a low, almost imperceptible hum, a subtle vibration that resonated through the earth. The source. I was still near one of their devices. A fresh wave of despair washed over me. I was not free. I was merely outside, but still within their reach, still surrounded by their presence, their technology. I pushed myself to my feet, my legs wobbly, but fueled by a renewed sense of urgency. I had to get away from this device, away from this place. I couldn't risk being drawn back into that terrifying structure. I started to move, blindly pushing through the dense undergrowth, ignoring the thorns that tore at my clothes, the branches that lashed at my face. My only goal was to put distance between myself and that pulsing red light, that pervasive hum. The forest was a labyrinth, a swirling vortex of shadows and glowing fungi. The alien symbols seemed to multiply, appearing on every tree, every rock, mocking my attempts at escape. They were everywhere, a silent, ubiquitous language of an unseen, ancient power. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs screamed in protest. I tripped, fell, and scrambled back up, fueled by a primal fear. I had to find a way out of this section of the park, back to the normal world, back to people who could help. After what felt like an hour of frantic, desperate flight, I finally burst out of the dense undergrowth and onto something recognizable, a dirt road. My breath hitched, a road, a sign of civilization, a path back. I stumbled onto the gravelly surface, collapsing to my knees. The air here was still cold, still quiet, but the oppressive silence of the quiet zone had lessened. I could faintly hear the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, normal forest sounds. Hope, fragile but persistent, flared within me. I looked around. The road was narrow, unpaved, clearly an old logging trail or maintenance track, not one of the main park roads. But it was a road nonetheless, and in the faint, lingering twilight, I could just make out a faint sign post in the distance. I pushed myself up, my body aching, every muscle screaming in protest. I began to walk slowly, deliberately, down the dirt road. The gravel crunched under my boots, a familiar, grounding sound. As I walked, the silence began to recede further, replaced by the natural symphony of the night forest. Crickets chirped, unseen nocturnal animals rustled in the undergrowth, and a gentle wind sighed through the treetops. The oppressive cold began to lessen, though a deep, soul-searing chill still clung to me. I reached the signpost. It was old, weathered, its paint peeling, but the words were still legible. Old Mill Road, 5 miles to Maplewood. Maplewood, the nearest town, the collection of 3 general stores and a diner that served rubber eggs. It was miles away, but it was there. It was real. A tangible destination, a path back to humanity. Relief so profound it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. I was out. I had escaped. I started walking faster, picking up the pace, ignoring the burning in my lungs, the throbbing in my head. 5 miles. I could do 5 miles. I had to. The road wound through the forest, the trees gradually becoming less ancient, less gnarled, less imbued with that terrifying alien presence. The glowing fungi were gone. The alien symbols were gone. It was just a normal forest now, a normal road, and the comforting darkness of a natural
The energy
night.
signature at this node is unstable.
I walked for what felt like hours, fueled by adrenaline and the sheer will to survive. The moon, a sliver of silver, rose above the treetops, casting faint, ethereal light on the path. Then I saw it, in the distance, a faint yellowish glow, a light, a man-made light. My heart leaped. Civilization. I broke into a run, stumbling, half falling, my body screaming for rest, but my mind fixed on that distant light. As I drew closer, the light grew stronger, resolving itself into the unmistakable glow of streetlights, then the warm, inviting beacon of a porch light. And then a sign, a weathered wooden sign, hanging crookedly above a small, rustic building, Maplewood Diner. I had made it. I stumbled towards the diner, my legs giving out beneath me just as I reached the porch steps. I collapsed onto the rough wood, my body shaking uncontrollably, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face. The door to the diner opened, and a figure emerged, silhouetted against the warm, inviting light from within. It was a man, short and stocky, wearing a greasy apron. Old Man Hemlock. "Well, I'll be," he grumbled, his voice rough but with a hint of concern. "Look what the cat dragged in. Told you not to get lost in the quiet zone, kid. You look like you've seen a ghost." I tried to speak, but no words came out. Just ragged gasps, choked sobs. The images of the alien structure, the creatures, the rows of comatose humans, the horrifying tubes of body parts, they flashed behind my eyes, vivid and terrifying. Old Man Hemlock knelt beside me, his gruff demeanor softening slightly as he saw the genuine terror etched on my face. He put a hand on my shoulder, his grip surprisingly gentle. "Easy there, kid," he said, his voice calmer now. "You're safe now. What happened out there?" I looked up at him, my eyes wide with unshed tears, my mouth open, trying to find the words, any words, to describe the impossible horror I had witnessed. But how could I? How could I explain what lay hidden beneath the ancient forest? What ancient, alien intelligence was at work in the heart of our world? He wouldn't believe me. No one would. They would think I was lost, disoriented, hallucinating from fear and exposure. They would think I had simply twisted an ankle and got a fright. The silence of the quiet zone, the cold, ancient statement, "You are here, and you will stay," still echoed in my mind. But I wasn't there anymore. I was here. I was back. But I carried with me a truth so terrifying, so profound, that it threatened to shatter my sanity. My mouth closed. I couldn't tell him. Not yet, maybe never. He looked at me, his gaze searching, then sighed. "All right, kid, let's get you inside. Get you some hot coffee, maybe a plate of those rubber eggs. You look like you need it." He helped me to my feet, his sturdy arms supporting me. I leaned heavily on him, my body still trembling, my mind a whirlwind of unspeakable memories. The warmth of the diner, the smell of stale coffee and frying grease, the familiar sight of the worn counter, it all felt impossibly comforting, impossibly real. And yet it was fragile, a thin veil over a horrifying truth. As I walked into the diner, my gaze fell upon a small, dusty calendar hanging on the wall. The date jumped out at me. It was not the next day. It was 2 weeks later. 2 weeks. I had been gone for 2 weeks, lost in that alien structure, or whatever quantum space the portal had taken me to. 2 weeks, and no one had found me. No one had even known where I was. Old Man Hemlock had just assumed I'd gotten lost, or maybe even hiked out of the park. A cold, sick dread began to curl in my stomach. What had happened in those 2 weeks? What had been done to me? What had I missed? I was back, but I was changed, permanently. The girl who had scaled Everest with a spork was gone, replaced by someone who had seen the unimaginable, touched the impossible, and survived. But survival came at a cost. I slumped onto a worn stool at the diner counter, the plastic cool against my skin. Old man Hem. Locke, his face etched with a familiar mixture of gruffness and concern, but I barely registered his presence. The date on the calendar, October 17th, hammered home the impossible reality. I had vanished on October 3rd, 2 weeks, 14 days. What kind of time dilation had I experienced? Or had I been conscious and subjected to something for that entire duration in that horrifying place? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. "Coffee, kid?" Old man Hemlock asked, sliding a chipped ceramic mug across the counter. The steam curled upwards, carrying the comforting aroma of freshly brewed coffee, a smell so normal it felt utterly alien after the metallic tang of the structure. I nodded, unable to speak, my throat tight with suppressed screams. My hands, still trembling, reached for the mug. The warmth spread through my chilled fingers, but the deep cold in my bones remained. It felt like it had been permanently etched into my very core. He poured me a glass of water too, setting it beside the coffee. "You look like you wrestled a bear and lost," he muttered, wiping down the counter with a practiced ease. "Or maybe a mountain lion. What happened out there, son? You've been gone for a while. Sheriff's been asking about you." Sheriff, park rangers, they'd been looking for me. The normal world had missed me, but they hadn't found me, because I hadn't been in their world. I took a sip of the coffee, the hot liquid scalding my tongue but providing a much-needed jolt of reality. I got lost. I managed, my voice hoarse, a painful rasp. Bad fall, hit my head, wandered off trail. He squinted at me, his gaze shrewd. "A fall, 2 weeks for a fall. You look thin as a rail, and those eyes, they've seen things no one ought to see." He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial whisper. "The quiet zone, huh? Told you it ain't right out there. People get lost, come back. Different if they come back at all." His words, meant as a warning, only amplified my terror. He knew, or at least he suspected. The locals, the ones who lived on the fringe of the park, they always had stories. Local legends, the quiet zone, a place of strange disappearances, unexplained phenomena. They wouldn't call it alien structures or interdimensional portals, but they felt its wrongness. They respected it, feared it. I avoided his gaze, focusing on the swirling patterns in my coffee. I just got turned around, my phone died, my compass broke, everything just stopped working. That much was true. The devices had killed them. "Magnetics," he said, nodding slowly. "Always been funny out there. Interferes with everything. Makes the birds fly wonky, even. Heard some old-timers say it's a meteor strike buried deep. Others say it's the land remembering something ancient. Either way, best to steer clear. You learned your lesson, I hope." I nodded again, forcing a weak smile. Lesson learned. The biggest lesson of my life, one that had ripped apart the fabric of my reality and stitched it back together with threads of pure terror. He grunted, seemingly satisfied, and turned to flip the open sign to closed, even though it was well past midnight. "All right, well, you're safe now. Don't worry about the sheriff for tonight. He'll be in tomorrow. Get some food in you, then get some rest. I've got an old cot in the back."
It sees you.
The thought of food, after what I
old
had seen in those
signs are
tubes,
returning.
turned my stomach. But
Join
the
us.
idea of rest, true, uninterrupted sleep, was a siren song. My body ached with a deep, profound fatigue that went beyond mere physical exertion. It was the exhaustion of a soul that had stared into the abyss. "Thanks, Hemlock," I managed, my voice still raw. He just waved a hand dismissively. Just try not to have nightmares about the ghouls out there, though with what you've seen, I wouldn't bet on it." His words, again, held an unsettling ring of truth. He brought me a plate of his infamous rubber eggs and some crispy bacon, along with a slice of heavily buttered toast. I stared at the food, my appetite non-existent, but forced myself to take a bite. It was tasteless, dry, but my body craved sustenance. Each swallow was a struggle, but I persevered, knowing I needed strength. As I ate, a strange awareness began to prickle at the edges of my senses. It was subtle at first, almost imperceptible against the clatter of the diner kitchen and Hemlock's muttered complaints about the cost of bacon. A faint hum, not the mechanical roar of the alien engines, nor the high-pitched whine of the forest portal. This was a deeper, softer resonance, almost a phantom vibration in my bones, a ghost of the pervasive energy of the alien structure. It was inside me, or I was connected to it. I clenched my jaw, trying to dismiss it as a hallucination, a residual effect of my trauma. But it persisted, a low-frequency thrum that seemed to align with my heartbeat, a constant, unsettling reminder of where I had been. After what felt like an eternity, I finished what I could of the food. Old Man Hemlock led me to a small, dusty storeroom in the back of the diner. A cot was set up in the corner, covered with a thin, scratchy blanket. It wasn't luxurious, but it was dry, warm, and away from the blue-lit horror of the cavern. "Bathrooms through there," he gestured to a door in the far wall. "Sleep as long as you need. We'll sort things out in the morning." He left, closing the door softly behind him, plunging the room into near darkness, save for a sliver of light under the door. I stumbled into the bathroom. The fluorescent light was harsh, revealing the full extent of my ordeal. My face was smudged with dirt and dried blood, my hair matted. My uniform was ripped and stained, covered in scratches and smears of mud. My reflection stared back at me, hollow-eyed, gaunt, a stranger in my own skin. I splashed cold water on my face, scrubbing at the grime, trying to wash away the memory. But the cold water felt like a faint echo of the soul-searing chill from the alien structure, and the metallic tang in my mouth lingered. The hum, that internal vibration, intensified slightly, as if the silence allowed it to resonate more clearly. I changed into a spare, oversized t-shirt and sweatpants Old Man Hemlock had left for me. The soft fabric was a relief against my abraded skin. I crawled onto the cot, pulling the thin blanket up to my chin. The darkness, usually a comfort, now felt like a predatory presence, filled with the looming shapes of the featureless creatures. Sleep did not come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, the blue-lit cavern, the rows of inert bodies, the horrifying tubes of dismembered limbs flashed behind my eyelids. The silence of the room was punctuated by phantom hums, whispers that were not my own, and the chilling echo of that alien statement, "You are here, and you will stay." I tossed and turned, my body racked with tremors, my mind replaying the horror in an endless loop. It was a waking nightmare, interspersed with brief, shallow periods of sleep where the images were even more vivid, more terrifying. I dreamt of being stretched, dissolved, reassembled, of falling through endless, swirling colors, of hands like shadows gripping my ankle, pulling me into the void. I woke with a gasp, drenched in sweat, the cot sheets tangled around me. The sliver of light under the door was brighter, indicating morning. I checked my wrist. My watch was gone, lost in the chaos. I pushed myself up, my body protesting with every movement. The exhaustion was still profound, but a dull ache had replaced the acute pain. The internal hum was still there, a constant companion, a faint echo of a frequency beyond human hearing. I made my way back to the diner, the smell of fresh coffee, and sizzling bacon a welcome relief. Old Man Hemlock was behind the counter, flipping pancakes.
The energy
He
signature of this
glanced
node
at
is
me as I
unstable.
emerged. Rough night, huh, kid, he observed,
All
not
shot confirmed.
unkindly. Told you, the quiet zone sticks with you. I just nodded, slumping onto a stool. Coffee, please. He placed a fresh mug in front of me, then a plate piled high with pancakes, bacon, and more of his eggs. Sheriff's due in about an hour. He's probably glad you're back. Saves him a search party. You were reported missing by your ranger station 2 days after you were due back. Park's been on low alert, but with all the other stuff going on, they haven't had the manpower to send a full-scale search. Other stuff, I asked, my voice barely a whisper, a cold premonition gripping me. He grunted, setting down a syrup pitcher. Yeah, funny you ask. Since you went missing, there's been more disappearances. Not just hikers either. Locals, hunters, trappers, 3 in the last week alone, all around the park perimeter. Sheriff's been scratching his head, saying it's bears, but no tracks, no sign of struggle, just gone. My blood ran cold. More disappearances. The rows of comatose humans in the alien cavern flashed in my mind. The horrifying tubes of body parts. They weren't just taking people from the quiet zone. They were expanding their reach. They were harvesting. He'll be asking questions, kid, Old Man Hemlock continued, oblivious to the fresh terror gripping me. Best to stick to your story. Got lost, hit your head, disoriented. Park rangers don't like it when their aides start spouting nonsense about aliens. He winked, a dry, knowing look in his eye. He knew, or at least, he suspected the truth was far stranger than a simple fall. I forced myself to eat, each bite heavy in my mouth. My mind raced. How could I warn them? How could I explain without sounding insane? They would dismiss me, commit me, maybe even send me back to that place for some evaluation. The sheriff arrived precisely an hour later, a burly man named Jebediah, Jeb Cooper, his face weathered and stern beneath a broad-brimmed hat. He walked with a heavy gait, his uniform crisp despite the early hour. Well, look what the cat dragged in, he rumbled, his voice deep and gravelly echoing Hemlock's earlier sentiment. He fixed me with a sharp, assessing gaze. Heard you decided to go on an unscheduled extended vacation, Ranger aide. Your supervisor, Barnes, is fit to be tied. Said he was about to send out the search and rescue team this morning. I swallowed, my mouth suddenly dry. Sheriff, I'm sorry, I truly am. I got disoriented, lost my way. He leaned against the counter, crossing his arms. Disoriented for 2 weeks, and walking out looking like you went through a meat grinder. What happened, son? Give me the real story. I stuck to the narrative I'd rehearsed in my head, the one Hemlock had implicitly advised. I was checking a remote trail marker in Sector Gamma. My phone lost signal, then my compass went haywire. I took a bad fall, hit my head hard. I must have been concussed. I just wandered, tried to find my way out. I was disoriented, half-conscious for some of it, I think. Just kept pushing east, hoping to hit the park road. I made sure to mention a specific, believable location. Sector Gamma was remote, known for being a little tricky to navigate even with proper equipment. Sheriff Cooper listened, his expression unreadable, his eyes never leaving my face. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully when I finished. Sector Gamma, huh, that's a rough patch. And your gear? Lost it in the fall, I lied, knowing the metallic box had simply rendered it useless. Then the creature had taken my backpack. My headlamp rolled away, my compass shattered. I was pretty banged up. Any sign of bears, mountain lions? He pressed, his eyes still searching for any tell. I shook my head. No, sir, just the quiet. It was too quiet out there. Nothing, no animals, just the cold. He sighed, running a hand over his face. All right, well, you're lucky to be alive, son. 2 weeks in the wild, especially this time of year with no gear. That's a miracle. We've got bigger problems than one lost ranger aide, though. His gaze drifted out the diner window towards the distant, dark silhouette of the mountains. These disappearances, no trace, not a single thread, just gone. You didn't see anything unusual out there, did you? Anything at all? His question was innocent, routine, but to me it was loaded. Did I see anything unusual? I had seen impossible horrors. I had seen an alien factory. I had seen our world being harvested. No, sir, I lied again, my voice flat. Just trees and rocks and the quiet. He held my gaze for another long moment, as if trying to peer into my very soul. Then he grunted and finally nodded. All right, kid, get cleaned up, get some proper rest. I'll call Barnes and tell him you're safe, but you've got a lot of explaining to do about this little adventure of yours. He straightened up, his eyes hardening slightly. And for God's sake, stay out of the quiet zone. Some places in these woods are better left undisturbed. He said his goodbyes to Hemlock and lumbered out of the diner, leaving me alone with my pancakes and the crushing weight of my secret. Old man Hemlock refilled my coffee. Good job, kid. Keep your mouth shut about the real stuff. No one wants to hear it, not out here. But the disappearances, I whispered, the words catching in my throat. It's them, Hemlock, the creatures from that place. They're taking people. He paused, wiping down the counter, his back to me. His shoulders slumped slightly. Always have, he murmured, his voice low, almost resigned. The quiet zone always takes its share. Used to be just the foolish ones, the ones who didn't respect it. Now, seems it's getting bolder, more hungry. He turned back, his expression grim. There's things in these woods, kid, older than our grandfathers' grandfathers. Things that don't care about our laws, our park boundaries. Best thing to do is keep your head down and pray it ain't your turn. His words confirmed my greatest fears. This wasn't a new phenomenon. It was ancient, and it was escalating. I spent the next few days in a daze. My supervisor, Barnes, a burly, no-nonsense man with a thick mustache, gave me a furious dressing down, then a surprisingly gentle warning. He docked my pay for the 2 weeks I was gone, but also ordered me to take a week of paid leave, citing extreme mental and physical exhaustion. He even suggested I get a full medical checkup, subtly implying that he thought I might be suffering from shock or a concussion-induced fugue. I'd agreed to the checkup, knowing they wouldn't find anything physically wrong, not in a way they could understand. During my leave, I stayed at a cheap motel in Maplewood, unable to face my tiny, isolated ranger cabin yet. I spent my days trying to reacclimate, trying to convince myself that it had all been a nightmare. But the internal hum, the bone-deep cold, the lingering metallic taste, and the vivid, terrifying images that haunted my waking and sleeping hours told me otherwise. I found myself increasingly sensitive to light and sound. The fluorescent lights of the motel, the rumble of passing cars, the chattering of people in the diner, it all felt amplified, grating on my nerves. It was as if my senses had been retuned, shifted to a different frequency. I could perceive subtle vibrations in the air, faint currents that no ordinary human would notice. The world felt simultaneously sharper and more distorted. And the silence. I found myself craving absolute silence, needing it to quiet the internal hum to escape the amplified sensory input. But even in silence, the hum persisted, a constant, low thrumming in my skull, a reminder of the alien presence. I tried to research online discreetly. I searched for unexplained disappearances, strange magnetic anomalies, ancient structures in forests. I found scattered reports, local legends, conspiracy theories, but nothing that came close to describing the impossible reality I had witnessed. Most were dismissed as hoaxes, or misinterpreted natural phenomena. The sheer, overwhelming scale of the alien structure, its technology, its purpose, it was beyond human comprehension, beyond the scope of any existing database. I considered calling my family, my friends, but what would I say? Hey, I was abducted by aliens who harvest human body parts in an interdimensional factory hidden beneath the Appalachian forest. And now I can hear frequencies you can't, and I'm pretty sure I'm being watched. They'd have me institutionalized. The isolation was crushing. I was alone with this horrifying truth. One afternoon, I found myself drawn back to the edge of the park. Not to the quiet zone, not yet, but to a small, seldom-used trailhead near the main entrance, far from where I had entered the alien domain. I needed to see it, to feel the normalcy of the forest, to try and bridge the gap between my two realities. I parked my old pickup truck and began to walk, following a familiar, well-maintained trail. The sun was out, birds chirped in the trees, squirrels scampered across my path. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. It was beautiful, peaceful, ordinary, but to me it was a thin veneer. As I walked, the faint hum inside me began to grow stronger, almost imperceptibly. It was like a tuning fork, reacting to something in the environment. My eyes scanned the trees, the undergrowth. I saw nothing, but I felt something. A subtle pressure, a distant awareness, the feeling of being watched, just like in the forest before the portal. I stopped, my heart beginning to pound. Was it them? Were they following me? Had the portal, in returning me, established some kind of psychic link? Or were there other devices, other influences, scattered throughout the park, closer to civilization than I had dared to imagine? I focused on the hum, trying to pinpoint its direction, its source. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a pervasive field. But as I concentrated, I felt a faint pull, a subtle magnetic-like force, drawing me deeper into the woods off the established trail. Panic flared. I instinctively resisted, knowing that way lay madness or worse. I turned abruptly, abandoning my walk, and practically ran back to my truck, the hum growing stronger with every step I took away from the trail, as if protesting my retreat. I drove back to Maplewood, my hands gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. This wasn't over. They hadn't just let me go. I was still connected, still within their sphere of influence. The next day I had my medical checkup. The doctor, a young woman who had recently moved to Maplewood, listened patiently to my vague complaints of exhaustion and disorientation. She checked my vitals, ran some basic blood tests. Everything came back normal. "You're remarkably healthy for someone who spent 2 weeks lost in the woods," she observed, a slight frown on her face. "Mentally, you seem a little shaken, but otherwise coherent. I'd recommend plenty of rest, maybe some therapy if the nightmares persist." She prescribed a mild sedative for sleep, which I gratefully accepted. The sedative helped with the nightmares, dulling the edges of the terror, but it didn't silence the hum. It just made me feel detached from it, observing it from a distance rather than being consumed by it. During my week of leave, I became obsessed with understanding. I drew maps, sketching from memory the layout of the alien cavern, the machinery chamber, the horrifying passage of tubes. I tried to recreate the symbols, drawing them over and over again, hoping some hidden meaning would reveal itself. They were complex, geometric, yet organic, shifting and reforming in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't just escaped the structure. I had been released, And if so, why? What purpose did they have for me now? Was I a failed experiment, a scout, a returned specimen, subtly altered for some future use? The questions tormented me. The disappearances continued. Every day, Old Man Hemlock would shake his head grimly as he listened to the morning radio reports. Another hiker gone, a local fisherman. The park was becoming a charnel house, and no one seemed to connect the dots. The authorities blamed animals, accidents, even each other. The local residents knew better, but they kept their mouths shut, fear ingrained in generations. I knew the truth, and the burden of it was unbearable. I decided I couldn't stay silent. I couldn't let more people vanish into that horrifying factory. But I also knew I couldn't just walk into the sheriff's office and spill the impossible truth. I needed proof, or at least a more believable narrative, one that could lead them to the truth without exposing the full, mind-shattering reality. My week of leave ended. I returned to work at the ranger station, my uniform clean, my demeanor outwardly composed. Barnes was still gruff, but seemed relieved to have me back. He assigned me to routine trail maintenance near the park entrance, far from the quiet zone. A clear message. But my purpose had shifted. I wasn't just a ranger aide anymore. I was an investigator, a sentinel, and perhaps a target. I spent my days patrolling the manicured trails, performing my duties, but my true work was elsewhere. I used my free time to pore over old park maps, looking for inconsistencies, forgotten trails, any hint of something unusual. I cross-referenced reports of disappearances with old seismic data, looking for unusual ground disturbances, any pattern. My new enhanced senses were always on alert, listening for the faint hum, feeling for the subtle energy shifts. My former confidence was gone, replaced by a deep-seated paranoia. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking presence. Every rustle of leaves could be them. I slept with the sedative, but the internal hum was a constant, unsettling lullaby. One evening after my shift, I was reviewing old ranger logs in the station office. Barnes was out, and I had the place to myself. I was searching for any mention of unusual magnetic activity, strange lights, or unexplained phenomena that might have been dismissed years ago. Most entries were mundane, routine. Then I found it, tucked away in a dusty ledger from the late 1960s. A handwritten entry, almost illegible, caught my eye. It was from a ranger named Sam Everett. October 22, 1968. Patrol of Sector Gamma. Found unusual metallic box near Old Hemlock stand. Pulsing red light. Devices not working. Strange hum in the air. Uneasy feeling. Left it undisturbed. Reported to Barnes SR. Then supervisor, but dismissed as prank or meteor fragment. The hair on my arm stood on end. Sector Gamma, Old Hemlock stand, metallic box, pulsing red light, strange hum, the same location, the same description, and it was dismissed. My heart hammered against my ribs. This wasn't an isolated incident. This had been happening for decades, perhaps centuries, and Ranger Everett, like me, had found one of the devices. I flipped forward in the ledger, desperately searching for other entries by Everett. There was one more. October 24, 1968. Returned to Sector Gamma. Metallic box gone. Strange symbols appeared on trees overnight. Deeper hum. Feeling of being watched. Reported again. Supervisor advised taking a few days off. Feeling unwell. And then nothing. No more entries from Samuel Everett. He just stopped, just like the disappearances now. A chill more profound than any I had felt in the alien structure snaked down my spine. Ranger Samuel Everett had vanished. Or worse, had he been taken? harvested? Was he one of the inert forms in that blue-lit cavern, or one of the dismembered parts in the tubes? I slammed the ledger shut, the dust puffing into the air. This was proof, not enough for Sheriff Cooper, but enough for me. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't alone. Others had encountered this, and at least one of them had disappeared after finding a device. The internal hum intensified, throbbing in sync with my racing pulse. The feeling of being watched was stronger now, a palpable pressure on the back of my neck. They knew I was digging. They knew I was getting closer. I needed to act, but how? My mind raced, trying to formulate a plan. I couldn't go back into the quiet zone blindly. Not alone. Not without a purpose beyond mere survival. I needed to find out what was happening to the people. Was there a way to stop it, to free them? The question of why I had been returned while others vanished still gnawed at me. Was I meant to be a warning, or bait, or was there something about me, some subtle alteration from the portal's passage that made me different? The next morning, I called in sick. I packed a small bag, sturdy clothes, a new battery-operated headlamp, a basic first aid kit, a hunting knife, and a small, antique, liquid-damped compass I'd inherited from my grandfather. It was old school, no electronics, perhaps immune to their interference. I didn't have a map of the quiet zone, but I had studied the ranger logs in my own mental recreation. I drove my truck to the trailhead furthest from the quiet zone, parking it strategically to avoid suspicion. I sent a text message to Old Man Hemlock, a simple, pre-written code word we had established for emergencies, pinecone. He'd know it meant I was heading back in, and that if I didn't come back, something was wrong. He was the only one I trusted, the only one who might half believe me. I strapped on my backpack, the familiar weight of comfort. I took a deep breath, the cold morning air filling my lungs. This was it. I was going back, not as a lost, terrified aide, but as someone with a mission. I hiked for hours, avoiding the established trails, moving through the dense forest, guided by my internal hum, by the faint, almost imperceptible pull that had drawn me off the trail days ago. It was a subtle magnetism, a whisper of their presence. I felt like a homing pigeon, drawn to an unseen beacon. As I drew closer to the quiet zone, the forest changed. The bird song faded, the rustle of leaves silenced. The trees grew older, more gnarled, their bark thicker, the air colder. The glowing fungi reappeared, casting their eerie green light on the forest floor. And then the symbols, faintly etched at first, then deeper, more numerous, glowing with that subtle inner light. My antique compass, a hopeful gesture, spun erratically as I crossed the invisible boundary of the quiet zone. It settled, then jumped, then spun again. Useless, just like before. The alien influence was absolute here. The internal hum in my skull was now a distinct thrumming, a deep resonance that vibrated through my entire body. I was getting closer. I followed the pull, pushing deeper into the heart of the forbidden zone, my senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to move. Every sound, real or imagined, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I moved cautiously, silently, trying to avoid detection. Then I saw it. In a small clearing, almost perfectly concealed by dense thickets, stood a single, tall monolith of dark, polished stone. It was smaller than the pillars in the main clearing, more like a marker. And at its base, nestled in the moss, was another metallic box, identical to the first one I had found, its single red light pulsing steadily, powerfully. This was where Ranger Everett had found his. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding. This was a beacon, a localized point of energy, and it was active. As I drew near, the air grew colder, charged with a subtle ozone smell. The hum from the box was now clearly audible, a low, persistent thrumming that resonated through the earth. I knelt beside the box, staring at the pulsing red light. It was an innocuous object, yet it was a gateway, a source of impossible power. I reached out a trembling hand, then hesitated. What if touching it triggered something? What if it pulled me back into that place? But I needed to understand. I needed information. I took a deep breath and deliberately placed my hand on the cold, smooth metal of the box. The immediate effect was not a blinding flash of light or a sudden portal. Instead, it was an overwhelming surge of sensory input. The internal hum in my skull intensified, becoming a roar, a symphony of alien frequencies. My vision blurred, not with colors, but with a sudden, overwhelming influx of images, sensations, and knowledge that were not my own. I saw the forest not as I perceived it with my eyes, but as a vast network of energy conduits, crisscrossing the land, connecting to hundreds, thousands of these metallic boxes, each one a node in an immense, invisible grid. I saw the energy flowing from these nodes, converging, pulsing, feeding something deep beneath the earth. And then I saw the creatures, not with my eyes, but with a raw, primal understanding. They were not just physical beings, they were extensions of this network, conduits themselves, moving through the energy, existing in multiple states simultaneously. Their featureless forms were not a lack of features, but a sensory filter, a way of appearing coherent to my limited human perception. Their true forms were fluid, multidimensional, beyond my ability to fully comprehend. I saw their purpose. They were not harvesting for sustenance, not in the way humans understood it. They were harvesting potential, the latent energy within living beings, particularly sentient ones. They were processing it, refining it, using it to power something vast, something ancient, something that transcended galaxies. The images flashed through my mind, overwhelming and terrifying. A glimpse of another world, not a physical planet, but a shimmering plane of pure energy, a vast, complex consciousness. Their home, their ultimate destination. The human essence, the spark of consciousness, was being refined, distilled, then funneled into this ultimate cosmic project. And the disappearances, they were not random, they were calculated, specific targets chosen for their unique potential, their vibratory signature. And I, the park ranger aide, had stumbled into their sphere of influence, had interacted with their devices, had been processed by their portal. And I had been returned, but wise. The answer, when it came, was not in images, but in a sudden, cold burst of pure knowing that echoed that ancient statement. You were returned because you changed. You are a bridge, a conduit. You can perceive, and you can connect. I was not a victim they had failed to keep. I was an experiment, a modified specimen, a living, breathing link in their network, capable of sensing their presence, their energy, their influence, and perhaps capable of being controlled or used. The surge of information receded, leaving me gasping, my hand still pressed against the metallic box. My mind reeled, trying to reconcile the impossible knowledge with my fragile reality. The hum in my skull softened, returning to its persistent thrum. The cold in my bones deepened. I stumbled back, tearing my hand away from the box, my head throbbing with the aftershocks of the mental assault. My knees buckled, and I sank to the forest floor, clutching my head, trying to process the horrifying revelation. I was not just lost, I was marked. I was a part of their system now, whether I liked it or not. The gateway in the forest had not just taken me and brought me back, it had rewired me. The feeling of being watched intensified, no longer a vague paranoia, but a distinct, undeniable presence. Not just from the metallic box, but from the very air, from the shadows, from the trees around me. They were aware, they were observing, and I was now a part of their grand, terrifying design. I looked at the metallic box, pulsing with its subtle red light. It was not just a device, it was a node. And I was a living, breathing, sensing node in their network. I could feel the forest around me, the energy flowing through it, the subtle hum of other, distant nodes. Panic flared again, but this time, it was laced with a strange, chilling clarity. I had to go deeper. I had to understand how this network worked. I had to find a way to sever my connection to understand how to fight back. I stumbled back, tearing my hand away from the box, my head throbbing with the aftershocks of a mental assault. My knees buckled, and I sank to the forest floor, clutching my head, trying to process the horrifying revelation. The hum in my skull softened, returning to its persistent thrum. The cold in my bones deepened. I was not just lost, I was marked. I was a part of their system now, whether I liked it or not. The gateway in the forest had not just taken me and brought me back, it had rewired me. The feeling of being watched intensified, no longer a vague paranoia, but a distinct, undeniable presence. Not just from the metallic box, but from the very air, from the shadows, from the trees around me.
The energy
They
signature
were
of this
aware,
node is
they
unstable.
were observing, and I was now a part of their grand, terrifying design.
Construct confirmed.
Panic flared again, but this time it was laced with a strange, chilling clarity. I had to go deeper. I had to understand how this network worked. I had to find a way to sever my connection or to use it against them. The horrifying truth was that I might be their most potent weapon or their most significant weakness. I pushed myself up, my body still trembling, but my mind now buzzing with a new, terrifying purpose. The forest, once a mere collection of trees and shadows, was now alive with a new layer of perception. I could feel the subtle energy currents, like invisible rivers flowing beneath the earth and through the air. The metallic box pulsed with a visible red light, but to my altered senses, it was a miniature sun, radiating intricate patterns of energy into the network. I closed my eyes, focusing on the internal hum, letting it guide my expanded awareness. It was no longer just a hum, it was a symphony, a complex data stream of vibrations and frequencies. I could sense other nodes, scattered throughout the forest, faint blips of energy on a vast, unseen map. And deeper, much deeper, I felt the gravitational pull of the central nexus, the heart of the alien structure, a monumental presence that pulsed with an almost unbearable power. The knowledge from the box had integrated itself into my being, not as a memory I could recall, but as an instinct, a new way of perceiving reality. I knew things now, things that defied human understanding. I knew the creatures weren't merely walking automatons, they were fluid extensions of the network, their physical forms mere projections. I knew their harvesting wasn't about consumption, but about distillation, refining the essence of consciousness into pure energy. And I knew that the shimmer I had seen at the base of the colossal machine in their chamber was not just a portal, but a direct conduit to their home world, a place of pure energy. My head still spun, but the fear began to recede, replaced by a cold, desperate resolve. I was no longer an unwitting victim. I was a player in a game I hadn't chosen, but one I was now intrinsically a part of. I opened my eyes, the world now both familiar and terrifyingly new. The ancient trees seemed to hum with silent energy, their roots drawing up the latent power of the earth, filtering it, perhaps
sees you.
even enhancing it for the
The
alien
old
network.
signs are
The
returning.
glowing fungi were not just
Join us.
bioluminescent. They were tiny, organic nodes, subtly channeling energy, almost like biological indicators of the network's health. I took a deep breath, the frigid air filling my lungs. I needed to return to the alien structure, not to escape, but to infiltrate, to observe, to understand, to find a weakness in their grand design. But this time, I wouldn't be stumbling blindly through their halls. I would be moving with purpose, guided by this terrifying new awareness. I spent the rest of the day in the quiet zone, not venturing too deep, but instead moving around the perimeter of what I now understood to be a major energy nexus. I focused on honing my new senses. I learned to feel the subtle fluctuations in the network, the ebb and flow of energy, the faint presence of the creatures. They were not always visible in physical form, but their energetic signatures were everywhere, moving like phantom currents through the vast, invisible grid. I learned to distinguish between the metallic boxes, the primary nodes, and the smaller, more organic nodes like the glowing fungi, or even subtle rock formations that seemed to vibrate with a faint internal hum. The entire quiet zone was a massive, intricate web, each part playing a role in the grand scheme of energy harvesting. As dusk deepened, the forest became a tapestry of shadows and eerie green light. The cold intensified, but it no longer felt like a mere weather phenomenon. It was the chill of immense power, of energies being processed and channeled on a scale beyond human comprehension. I knew I couldn't return to the structure tonight. I needed to rest, to gather my thoughts, to plan. I found a secluded hollow, nestled between the roots of an ancient tree, and settled down for the night. Sleep was elusive. The internal hum was too strong, too insistent. My mind replayed the overwhelming knowledge, trying to categorize it, to make sense of the incomprehensible. I thought about Old Man Hemlock, my coded message, Pinecone. He was out there, the only one who even remotely suspected the truth. I felt a surge of guilt, knowing I had dragged him, however indirectly, into this nightmare. But I also felt a fierce loyalty. He was my anchor to the human world, a world that was slowly, silently being consumed. The next morning, I hiked out of the quiet zone, deliberately choosing a different path, trying to map the unseen energy lines in my mind. The antique compass still spun wildly, a useless trinket in the face of such profound electromagnetic distortion. But I didn't need it. I had a new, internal compass now, one tuned to the alien frequencies. I drove back to my motel in Maplewood, the familiar sights and sounds of civilization feeling distant, unreal. The world of humans seemed fragile, oblivious, a thin layer of normalcy over an abyss of alien horror. The sedative the doctor had prescribed offered only temporary respite, dulling the sensory overload but never truly silencing the hum. I found myself becoming increasingly withdrawn, unable to relate to ordinary conversations. People talked about trivial things, the weather, local gossip, the rising price of gas, while my mind reeled with cosmic horrors and the impending doom of humanity. My body was changing too. The constant cold was now an intrinsic part of me, a deep-seated chill that no amount of clothing or hot coffee could entirely dispel. My senses were heightened, not just hearing and seeing, but also an indefinable sense of pressure, of presence, that made it difficult to relax. My appetite remained poor, the thought of food often turning my stomach, especially after the visions of dismembered body parts. I subsisted on small, bland meals, my body gradually growing leaner, more wiry. The most unnerving change was the clarity of thought, the speed at which my mind processed information. It was as if my brain had been rewired, accelerated. I could recall minute details from my past, analyze complex problems with astonishing speed, and almost instinctively grasp connections that would have eluded me before. This new cognitive ability was both a gift and a curse, allowing me to understand the alien network, but also making me painfully aware of the vastness of the challenge ahead. I spent my leave days poring over every piece of information I could find about the park, about local legends, geological surveys, even astronomical charts. My new mind helped me find subtle patterns, ignored anomalies, and dismiss false leads. I cross-referenced the growing list of disappearances with old maps, trying to find common geographical features, unusual ground formations. The disappearances continued to mount. The local news, which I avidly followed, reported them with increasing alarm. Sheriff Cooper was openly frustrated, his usual gruff certainty replaced by a weary bewilderment. He blamed a coordinated criminal effort, a cult, anything but the impossible truth. Barnes, my supervisor, seemed to grow more agitated each day, his face etched with worry, but he stuck to official explanations, dismissing local speculation as superstitious nonsense. I knew better. Every new disappearance was another data point, another confirmation of the aliens' escalating harvest. They were expanding their reach, becoming bolder, more efficient. One evening, I couldn't stand the inaction any longer. The internal hum was a constant siren song, drawing me back. The images of the comatose humans, the horrifying tubes of limbs, replayed relentlessly in my mind. I couldn't sit by while more people vanished. I drove back to the edge of the quiet zone, this time parking in a remote, almost forgotten logging trail. I had meticulously planned my approach, using the internal map of the energy network I had slowly built in my mind. I was going back into their domain, not through a portal, but through the terrestrial entrance, the way I had originally stumbled in. My backpack was heavier this time. Beyond survival gear, I carried a few tools, a sturdy pry bar, a small, powerful cutting torch I'd borrowed from the park's maintenance shed, and a coil of insulated electrical wire. I had no idea if any of it would be useful, but I needed to feel like I had some means of interacting with their physical world, beyond merely observing. As I stepped out of the truck, the cold hit me, sharp and immediate. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, but also that subtle, metallic ozone that I now associated with the alien presence. The hum began to intensify, a low thrum that vibrated through the soles of my boots. I started my hike not on a trail, but through the dense undergrowth, moving silently, using my enhanced senses to navigate. The glowing fungi were like scattered constellations on the forest floor, each one a faint beacon in the energy network. The alien symbols, etched into the ancient bark, glowed with a faint internal light, pulsing in rhythm with the network. I moved with a new confidence, a strange, chilling calm. The fear was still there, a knot in my stomach, but it was overshadowed by a grim determination. I was no longer a helpless victim. I was an intruder, an uninvited guest, armed with a terrifying, intimate knowledge of their system. I felt the presence of the creatures, not as distinct physical entities, but as ripples in the energy field. They were moving through the forest, patrolling, monitoring. I learned to anticipate their energetic patterns, to move around them, to become a ghost in their system. My perception of time seemed to shift, allowing me to react with uncanny speed, to weave through the dense thickets without making a sound. After hours of silent, deliberate movement, I reached the familiar clearing. The gargantuan pillars of polished black stone still towered towards the invisible sky, each one a conduit, humming with latent power. The ground between them shimmered, distorting the air, hinting at the vast, hidden structure below. This was the main portal entrance, the place where I had first been taken. But I wasn't going in that way. I was going in through the original entry point, the one I had stumbled upon weeks ago, the one hidden beneath the ancient rock formation. I needed to understand the terrestrial connection, the physical interface with their alien technology. I circled the perimeter of the clearing, my eyes scanning, my senses open. The feeling of being watched was immense here, a heavy shroud of alien awareness. I could sense multiple creatures moving within the structure below, their energetic signatures like distant stars in a subterranean galaxy. I found the disguised entrance, the ancient rock formation that had masked the descent into the earth. It looked exactly as I remembered it, a natural-looking fissure in the bedrock, almost perfectly concealed by thick moss and fallen leaves. The metallic box was gone from its original spot. Either it had been moved, or it was just a temporary marker. I peered into the darkness, the faint, metallic smell rising from the depths. The hum was overwhelming here, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through my chest. My headlamp cut through the gloom, revealing the rough-hewn tunnel, twisting downwards into the earth. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. This was it, the point of no return. I descended into the tunnel, my boots crunching on loose rock and damp earth. The cold deepened with every step, the air growing heavy, charged with an unspoken power. The tunnel was steeper than I remembered, winding downwards in a dizzying spiral. My enhanced vision picked out minute details in the rock, faint striations of alien material embedded in the natural stone. The entire path felt subtly engineered, a blend of natural rock and unknown technology. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel opened into a wider space. This was the dark, cavernous entry point I vaguely remembered, the one just before the main blue-lit chamber. It was filled with shadows, the low hum echoing off unseen walls. I could feel the presence of the creatures nearby, their energetic signatures more distinct now closer. I moved with extreme caution, my headlamp sweeping the darkness. I was in a transitional zone, a buffer between the natural world and their alien domain. I passed through a narrow archway, and then I was back. The main caverns. The vast space stretched before me, illuminated by the pervasive, ethereal blue light. The air was filled with the low, constant hum of unseen machinery, the distant roar of engines, and the faint, metallic ozone scent that now defined my reality. And there they were, the rows upon rows of inert human bodies, suspended in glowing columns, their faces serene, their forms perfectly preserved. More columns stood now, I realized with a fresh wave of horror. More bodies. The harvesting had intensified. I counted, there were easily 24 new columns since I had last been here, each holding a human form. The scale of their operation was staggering, relentless. Each new column represented a missing person, a loved one left grieving, a life taken, processed, refined. My new senses picked up subtle, energetic pathways connecting each column to the floor, to the ceiling, all feeding into the central nexus. The hum from the columns was distinct, a faint, resonant thrum of latent potential being slowly drawn out. I kept to the shadows, moving along the perimeter of the cavern. My gaze swept over the vast space, looking for any changes, any new features. The creatures, their featureless forms gliding silently, were still absorbed in their incomprehensible tasks. They moved with a slow, deliberate grace, their movements economical, efficient. I could feel their energetic signatures, like faint, cool breezes brushing against my new perception. They were everywhere, yet seemed to notice nothing. I needed to get to the machinery chamber, the heart of their operation,
sees
the
you.
source of the portals.
The old
That was where the
signs are
true
returning.
processing happened, where the
Join
potential
us.
was refined and sent to their home world. I navigated the maze of glowing columns, my heart pounding, my breath held. The sight of the human forms, so many of them, filled me with a cold fury. They were not just data points now. They were people, individuals, each one a universe of experience and consciousness, being reduced to raw energy. I reached the massive, arching opening that led to the machinery chamber. The roar of the engines was louder here, vibrating through my entire body, a physical assault on my senses. The yellow-green light pulsed with an almost blinding intensity. I slipped through the archway, ducking behind a colossal console, my eyes scanning the chaotic, luminous expanse. The chamber was a symphony of alien technology, glowing conduits, massive cylindrical machines, pulsing energy fields, and the creatures. More of them here, moving with fluid, otherworldly grace, tending to their impossible machines. My gaze immediately went to the colossal cylindrical structure, the one with the shimmering portal at its base, the portal I had used to escape. It was still there, flickering with its internal blue-green light, unstable, a gateway barely held open. This was my target. This was the conduit. But this time, I wasn't running from it. I was running to it. I began to move, using the vast machinery as cover, darting from shadow to shadow, my new senses guiding me around the energetic signatures of the creatures. My movements were fluid, precise, almost instinctive. It was as if my body had been retrained, recalibrated for this environment. I moved like a ghost, an unseen observer in their midst. As I drew closer to the portal machine, the metallic ozone scent grew stronger, almost burning my nostrils. The cold intensified, a deep, pervasive chill that seemed to seep into my very soul. And the hum, that internal thrum, was now an external roar, vibrating through every cell of my body. I reached the base of the colossal cylinder, hiding behind a console directly across from the shimmering portal. I could feel the immense power radiating from it, a vortex of raw energy that pulsed and shimmered, threatening to tear apart the very fabric of reality. I pulled out the pry bar. It felt heavy, cold, utterly human in my hands. What could I do with it? Break something? Disrupt something? My knowledge of their technology was limited to what I had gleaned from the box, a terrifying intuition, not a manual. I focused my new senses on the portal. I could see the energy flowing into it, not just from the machine itself, but from the entire network, from the processing of the potential. It was a conduit, a funnel, directing refined consciousness energy to their home world. And then I felt it, a faint, energetic ripple, distinct from the ambient hum, moving towards me. One of the creatures. It was gliding around the far side of the portal machine, its featureless form reflecting the pulsing yellow-green light. It was coming closer. I pressed myself against the console, holding my breath, my heart hammering against my ribs. I could feel its energetic signature, a cold, focused presence, moving steadily, deliberately. It was patrolling, and it was heading straight for my position. Well, I had seconds. My eyes darted around, looking for an escape, a place to hide, but there was nowhere. I was exposed.
The energy signature at this
My
node is
mind
unstable.
raced, fueled by the enhanced processing speed. What if I wasn't just a conduit, but also a stealth unit? What if my rewiring allowed me to somehow mask my presence? I closed my eyes, focusing all my will, all my new sensory input, on becoming invisible to their network. I tried to suppress my own energetic signature, to blend it with the background hum of the machinery, to make myself a blank space in their cosmic awareness. The internal hum intensified, my body vibrating with the effort. I felt a strange shift within me, as if my own frequency was momentarily aligning with the ambient energy of the chamber, becoming indistinct. The creature glided past my console, its featureless head turning slightly in my direction, then continuing its patrol. It hadn't stopped. It hadn't noticed me. I slowly opened my eyes, a gasp of disbelief catching in my throat. It had worked. I had somehow instinctively made myself invisible to its senses, to its network. I was still physically there, but energetically I had vanished. A wave of dizzying fatigue washed over me. The effort had been immense, draining, but the implications were staggering. I wasn't just a marked specimen, I was a potential saboteur. This new ability changed everything. I could move through their domain unseen, unheard. I could get closer, observe more, learn more. I could find their weaknesses. I took a deep, shaky breath, the cold air filling my lungs. I waited until the creature had completed its patrol circuit and moved further away, its energetic signature fading into the general hum. Now to the portal. I moved from behind the console, my movements more confident now, more purposeful. I reached the shimmering veil, the unstable gateway to their home world. It pulsed with an alluring blue-green light, a swirling vortex of indistinct colors. I could feel the immense power flowing through it, the refined consciousness energy being funneled through this unstable tier in reality. It was a direct line, a highway of pure potential. I reached out my hand, not to plunge through, but to feel the edges of it, to understand its composition. It was impossibly cold, vibrant with energy. I could sense the intricate layers of quantum physics at play, the delicate balance that kept it open. It was a technology far beyond anything human. But it was also unstable. The way it flickered, the slight variations in its energetic signature told me that. Perhaps it was a temporary portal or one prone to fluctuations, and that instability might be its weakness. I pulled out the cutting torch and the insulated wire. Could I disrupt it? Could I overload it? The thought was terrifying. If I destroyed it, what would happen? Would it destabilize the entire network? Would it collapse the alien structure? Or would it simply cause an explosion that would vaporize me and everything around me? I needed more information. I needed to understand the mechanics of their harvesting, the exact process by which they refined consciousness. The rows of comatose humans in the main cavern, the horrifying tubes of dismembered parts, they were all part of the process. I turned away from the portal, my new mission clear. I had to go back into the passage of horrors. I had to understand what happened to those bodies, what they were doing with those parts. That was where the real clue lay, the real vulnerability in their system. I moved cautiously back towards the machinery chamber's exit, scanning for creature signatures. My new stealth ability held. I was unseen. I passed back into the main cavern, the blue-lit expanse still filled with the silent, suspended forms. The sight was no less horrifying, but now it was tinged with a scientific curiosity, a grim determination to understand. I found the hidden passage, the one leading to the charnel house of tubes. It was still dark, still foreboding, the metallic blood smell rising from its depths. I slipped into the passage, my headlamp cutting through the gloom. The faint red light from the tubes ahead grew stronger as I advanced. The silence in here was oppressive, broken only by the rhythmic thrum of the internal hum. And then I was there, the walls of transparent tubes, each filled with its viscous, reddish fluid, each containing a perfectly preserved, dismembered part. Limbs, organs, heads, human and alien. My stomach churned, but I forced myself to suppress the nausea. This was not a place for disgust. It was a place for investigation. I started examining the tubes more closely. My enhanced vision picked up minute details, tiny, almost invisible filaments connecting some of the parts to the tube walls, subtle energetic pulses emanating from the fluid, intricate, almost crystalline structures forming on some of the organs. I realized with a sickening clarity that the fluid wasn't just preservative. It was a processing medium. It was slowly, carefully extracting something, not just biological material, but something more subtle, more fundamental, the potential. I reached out, pressing my palm against one of the tubes. It was cold, vibrant, with a faint, energetic pulse. My internal hum resonated with it, providing a burst of information. The fluid was a complex chemical and energetic solution, designed to gently, efficiently separate consciousness from its physical vessel. The physical parts were kept perfectly preserved, perhaps as a record, or perhaps as a fallback, a repository of raw biological data. I moved along the passage, my mind racing. What if I could reverse the process? What if I could disrupt the extraction? What if there was a way to reintegrate the potential back into the bodies to revive them? I saw a tube containing a disembodied head, eerily serene, a young man's face. I focused my new perception on it. I could feel the faint, residual spark of his consciousness, lingering like an echo in the fluid. It was not gone, not entirely. It was being slowly siphoned away, but it was still there. This was their vulnerability. They kept the physical components, and the potential was drawn out slowly. Perhaps in their vast, galactic perspective, time was meaningless. Efficiency was key, but slowness meant an opportunity for intervention. I continued my grim inspection, moving further down the passage. The tubes stretched on, a horrific library of discarded life. I felt a surge of cold fury. This wasn't just a factory, it was a grave, a cosmic slaughterhouse. Then I noticed something different. At the very end of the passage, where the red light seemed to pulse with a slightly different hue, was a single, larger tube. It was broader, taller, and its contents were not dismembered parts. Within it, suspended in a slightly darker, more viscous fluid, was an entire human body. It was naked, pale, its eyes closed, its expression one of profound, peaceful sleep. And around it, woven into its very being, were intricate, glowing filaments like spiderwebs made of pure light, radiating from its skin, connecting to the tube walls. This was different. This was not a discarded part. This was a whole specimen, and the filaments they were not extracting, they were injecting, or perhaps integrating. I felt a fresh surge of information from my internal connection to the network. This was a bridge specimen, a template, a host body being subtly re-engineered. For what purpose? My enhanced mind worked furiously, processing the sensory input. The hum from this tube was different, a complex symphony of frequencies, resonating with the very core of my own altered being. I felt a horrifying kinship with the body inside. This was a vessel, a recipient. It was being prepared. And then the final, chilling piece of the puzzle fell into place. I wasn't just a conduit. I was a living, breathing, tested conduit. I had been processed, altered, and returned. They were observing my unique ability to interact with their network. They were watching how I adapted. I was the first successful experiment. The body in the tube was the next stage, a human host prepared to receive a higher integration, perhaps even a consciousness from their own world or a more direct, stable link to their network. I was a scout, a living prototype, and they were learning from me. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow, stealing my breath. I wasn't an escapee. I was a puppet on a string, their unwitting instrument, returned to observe and refine their process. And now I was back in their heart, trying to dismantle them, while they were probably observing my every move, learning from my every action. The cold in my bones deepened, and the internal hum resonated with a new, terrifying clarity. I was part of their system, but I was still me, and I would fight. I stared at the pristine body in the tube, the intricate glowing filaments connecting it to the alien machinery. This was their future, and my horrifying potential. I had to stop this, not just the harvesting, but the creation of these integrated hosts. This was an invasion, not just of our planet, but of our very essence, our consciousness. My eyes scanned the larger tube, looking for an access panel, a weakness, anything that could disrupt the process. The metallic blood smell here was so intense it made my eyes water. Then I saw it, a faint, almost invisible seam in the polished stone floor, directly beneath the large tube. It wasn't a natural crack, it was an access point, a junction, a control panel disguised. I knelt, pressing my palm against the seam. My internal hum resonated, providing a burst of information. This was a localized control interface, connected directly to the large tube. It was protected, encrypted, alien, but I could feel its purpose, its function. I pulled out the pry bar. It was a crude tool, utterly mismatched to the elegant alien technology, but I was desperate. I slid the tip of the pry bar into the seam, applying pressure. It didn't budge. The stone was too dense, too perfectly fitted. I then pulled out the cutting torch. The small, focused flame hissed to life, a beacon of human ingenuity in this alien horror show. Could it cut through alien stone? I aimed the torch at the seam, a tiny bead of blue flame licking at the polished surface. Nothing happened. The stone shimmered, deflecting the heat. Their technology was far more advanced than I could have imagined. Frustration surged through me. I was a living conduit, a part of their system, yet I was powerless to directly interact with their physical controls. I could perceive, but I couldn't command. Unless I closed my eyes, focusing on the control interface I could feel beneath the stone. I concentrated on my internal hum, on my connection to their network. I remembered the overwhelming surge of information, the pure knowledge I had gained from touching the metallic box. It wasn't just information, it was a resonance, a frequency. What if I could replicate that frequency? What if I could transmit a signal through my own connection, through my own rewired being, to interact with their system? It was a crazy idea, a desperate gamble, but I had no other choice. I placed my bare hand flat against the seam in the stone, directly over the perceived interface. I closed my eyes and focused all my attention, all my newly enhanced mental processing power, on the hum, on the unique frequency that controlled this tube. I felt my body vibrate, a deep, resonant thrumming that intensified with my concentration. My internal hum became a chorus, a symphony of alien frequencies, resonating within me, around me. I tried to mentally project a specific frequency, a command into the interface, a command for disruption, a command for reversal. The effort was immense, painful. My head pounded, blood roared in my ears. I felt a searing pain, as if my very consciousness was being stretched, pulled thin across vast, unknown distances. My body began to convulse, uncontrollable tremors racking my frame. Then a flicker, a faint,
The energy
almost
signature at this node is
imperceptible
unstable.
shift in the hum emanating from the large tube, a momentary glitch in the flow of energy. I pushed harder, pouring all my remaining strength, all my desperate will into the mental command. The pain intensified, blinding, overwhelming. I felt a surge of energy, not just from me, but from the interface, from the network itself, a powerful backlash. And then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The pain receded, leaving me gasping, drenched in sweat, my body trembling uncontrollably. I pulled my hand away from the seam, my fingers tingling, my mind reeling. I looked at the large tube, at the body suspended within. The glowing filaments were still there, still radiating their faint light, but something had changed. The fluid, previously dark and viscous, now had a faint, almost imperceptible tremor, a ripple that traveled through its depths. And the expression on the body's face, though still serene, seemed to hold a flicker of something else, a fleeting moment of agitation, a subtle shift that only my rewired senses could detect. I hadn't reversed it, I hadn't destroyed it, but I had affected it. I had caused a disruption, a momentary glitch in their meticulously controlled process. And in that moment, I realized something else. The energy backlash I had felt, the powerful countersurge, was not just a defensive mechanism. It was a detection. They knew. They were aware of my direct interference. A sudden, sharp burst of a different energetic signature erupted from the main cavern, closer now, faster. One of the creatures. It was moving with an alarming speed, its energetic signature blazing, converging on my position. It was coming for me. My stealth ability, the one I had used in the machinery chamber, had been a temporary illusion, a trick. Now I was exposed. I stumbled back, my mind screaming. They knew, and they were coming. I turned blindly, scrambling back the way I had come, into the passage of tubes. The red lights of the horrific charnel house now seemed to mock me, illuminating my desperate flight. The creature's energetic signature was right behind me, a cold, predatory presence that seemed to consume the very air. I could feel its speed, its relentless pursuit. I burst out of the passage, back into the main cavern, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. The blue light seemed to pulse with a malevolent intensity. And there it was, one of the featureless creatures standing at the mouth of the passage, its form silhouetted against the blue light, no longer gliding slowly, but standing still, watching me. Its head was slightly tilted, a posture that, to my new senses, conveyed a horrifying awareness and intense scrutiny. It knew it had found me. I froze, trapped in the blue-lit expanse, surrounded by the inert human forms in their glowing columns. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. My stealth ability was gone, burnt out by the immense effort of my previous attempt at disruption. The creature took a step, then another, moving towards me with a slow, deliberate grace that was far more terrifying than any rush. Its energetic signature was intense, almost overwhelming. It was not just an individual, it was an extension of the entire network, a direct link to their collective awareness. It stopped a few feet from me, its featureless form towering, reflecting the blue light. I could feel its gaze, not with eyes, but with a pure, unfiltered scrutiny that pierced through my very being, analyzing, assessing. And then a silent command, not in words, but in a raw burst of pure intention that resonated through my rewired mind. an order, you are ours. I felt a subtle pressure, a gentle, inexorable pull, an attempt to integrate me, to absorb me fully into their network, to control my every thought, my every action. It was not violent, but insidious, overwhelming. My body tensed, my mind fighting back with every fiber of its being. I was a conduit, yes, but I was still me. I was human. I would not surrender. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to resist the insidious pull, the attempt at mental subjugation. I focused on my own essence, on the spark of my human consciousness, on my identity. I was a park ranger aide. My name was protagonist's name. I'm deliberately leaving this blank as it's never been given and is not in the source text, maintaining the anonymous POV. I pushed back with everything I had. My name, it was a whispered anchor, a shield against the alien torrent. I was a park ranger aide. I loved the scent of pine needles after rain, the taste of black coffee on a cold morning, the quiet solitude of the forest trails. These were the fragments of me, the tiny, intricate pieces of a human life that the alien presence sought to dissolve into pure, undifferentiated energy. The pressure intensified, a silent scream in my mind, a crushing weight designed to flatten my individuality, to reformat my consciousness into a subservient node within their vast, cold network. I felt my thoughts begin to fray, my memories blur at the edges. Images flashed through my mind, my grandfather's weathered face, the dusty ranger ledger, the vibrant green of the forest canopy, all twisting, distorting, becoming alien symbols. But something deep within me, something primal and fiercely human, recoiled. The rewiring, the connection to their network, had given me a terrifying glimpse into their purpose, their sheer, unimaginable scale. And that knowledge, instead of making me despair, ignited a desperate, furious defiance. I wouldn't just be consumed, I would be used. My very consciousness would be a tool in their cosmic harvest. I would not allow it. I focused on the cold fury that burned within me, on the faces of the missing, the inert forms in the tubes, on Ranger Everett, erased from existence, on the innocent people still unaware of the silent horror consuming their world. This wasn't just my fight anymore. It was humanity's. I channeled the rage, the terror, the grief, not as a chaotic outpouring, but as a focused, blinding surge of pure human will. It was anathema to their cold, logical processing, a chaotic variable in their ordered system. I didn't try to fight their frequency with my own. I tried to scream through it, to overwhelm it with a raw, unrefined wave of messy, irrational human emotion. The creature's energetic signature flickered, a momentary tremor in its cold, precise presence. The pressure in my mind faltered, ever so slightly. It was like striking a flawless diamond with a ragged stone. It might not break, but it would certainly cause an unexpected vibration. I pushed harder, roaring silently, pouring every ounce of my defiance into the resistance. My body convulsed, my muscles cramping, my teeth gritted. I felt blood trickle from my nose, warm and metallic on my lip. But the alien presence, for the first time, seemed surprised, caught off guard by the sheer force of my primitive human resistance. Their logic had no variable for such raw, unbridled self-preservation. Then the creature moved, not forward, not to strike, but in a sudden, almost imperceptible shift of its entire form. Its energetic signature pulsed, and I felt a sharp, cutting surge of pain, a targeted probe, trying to sever my resistance, to cauterize the chaotic anomaly I represented. But that probe, that focused attack, was also a distraction. For a microsecond, the broader, more insidious mental pull lessened, as if the creature had narrowed its focus. And in that microsecond, my enhanced mind saw an opportunity. The shimmering blue light of the cavern, the hum of the columns, the pulsing energy of the network, it was all interconnected, and my own rewired being was a part of it. The creature was trying to force me into submission, to make me a passive node. But what if I could become an active, disruptive one? I remembered the stealth ability, the momentary blend with the ambient energy. It had been draining, but it had worked. I couldn't just vanish now, not with the creature's direct attention, but I could try to redirect something. With a final, agonizing surge of willpower, I tried to twist the creature's own focused energy, to reflect its attack back, not as a weapon, but as a temporary, localized overload. It was like trying to use a taser on the very power grid it was plugged into. A guttural sound, not from my throat but from deep within my chest, tore through the cavern. My vision blurred, the blue light dissolving into a swirling vortex of alien symbols. I felt a tremendous push, a physical force that sent me sprawling backwards, my head cracking against the cold stone floor. The creature recoiled, its form rippling, its energetic signature flaring with what felt like surprise, even agitation. It wasn't physical damage I had inflicted. It was an energetic short circuit, a momentary disruption of its direct connection, a feedback loop that had startled it. I lay on the ground, gasping, my body racked with pain, my mind a tempest of conflicting signals. But I was still me, and the creature, for a precious few seconds, was off balance. My eyes snapped open. This was my chance. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly, my head throbbing. I ignored the creature, ignored the throbbing pain, ignored everything but one single, desperate goal: escape. I turned and ran, not back to the passage of tubes, but deeper into the cavern, towards the outer perimeter, hoping to find an exit, any exit, that would lead me away from the blue light and the creature's immediate sphere of influence. My enhanced senses, though dulled by the mental battle, still registered the creature's energetic signature behind me, reforming, refocusing. It was coming again. I darted between the rows of inert human forms, their peaceful, suspended faces a grim reminder of what awaited me if I failed. The sheer volume of them was overwhelming. Each glowing column was a silent monument to a stolen life. I could feel the faint, siphoned energy emanating from each one, feeding the network, feeding them. The creatures typically glided, moved slowly, but this one was moving faster now, its energetic signature a rapidly approaching wave. It was no longer observing, it was hunting. I knew the initial entrance I had come through, the one beneath the ancient rock formation, was too far. I would never make it. I needed an alternative, something quicker, something unexpected. My mind, still reeling but now intensely focused, scanned the periphery of the cavern. The walls here were rough-hewn natural rock, but laced with glowing fissures, alien veins of energy. And then I saw it, almost perfectly concealed by a jutting rock face, a narrow, dark opening, barely large enough for me to squeeze through. It wasn't glowing, wasn't humming. It looked like a natural crack, untouched by their technology. A desperate gamble. I pushed myself faster, pouring what little energy I had left into my legs. The creature was closer now, its energetic signature right behind me, a cold breath on my neck. I threw myself towards the opening, not even pausing to check its depth. I squeezed through, scraping my shoulders, tearing my clothing, ignoring the sharp pain as I forced my way into the darkness. The air immediately changed. It was colder, drier, completely devoid of the metallic ozone scent. The pervasive blue light of the cavern vanished, replaced by an absolute suffocating darkness. and the overwhelming hum, the roar of the alien network, receded, dulling to a faint, distant thrum. I had stumbled into a natural fissure, a forgotten crevice in the earth. The alien network didn't seem to extend here, or at least not yet. I was momentarily safe. I collapsed to the dusty floor, gasping for breath, my entire body trembling. My headlamp, miraculously, was still attached, but I dared not turn it on. Any light might reveal my position. I listened, my ears straining in the absolute silence, waiting for the sound of pursuit, the thrum of the creature's energetic signature. Nothing. The darkness was complete silence. My mind was a chaotic mess of pain, adrenaline, and information. I had resisted, I had escaped, but at what cost? My body felt shattered, my nerves frayed. The backlash from the mental exertion still reverberated through me, a constant phantom pain. I lay there for what felt like hours, trying to steady my breathing, trying to regain some semblance of control. The cold was profound here, a natural, earthy cold, far different from the alien chill of the cavern. Slowly, painstakingly, my mind began to clear. The knowledge from the box, the rewiring, the connection, it was all still there, deeply embedded in my being. I could still sense the distant hum of the network, a faint, almost subconscious resonance in the back of my mind. It was a terrifying leash, but also a potent tool. I realized something critical. They hadn't tried to kill me. They had tried to integrate me. My value to them wasn't as a casualty, but as a living, functioning bridge, a prototype for their host bodies. They wanted me alive and compliant. That knowledge, chilling as it was, gave me a strange sense of leverage. They wouldn't kill their own experiment, not yet. But they would find me. My disruption of the host body tube, my resistance to the creature, it had put me squarely on their radar. I was no longer an interesting anomaly. I was a direct threat. I knew I couldn't stay in this fissure indefinitely. I needed to move, to find a way out, to return to the surface. But not just to escape, to plan, to fight. I slowly, carefully activated my headlamp, shielding the beam with my hand. The light revealed a narrow, twisting tunnel, natural rock formations, damp and uneven. It seemed to stretch onward, downwards, deeper into the earth. There was no sign of alien technology here, no glowing fissures, no metallic boxes, just rock and dirt. I began to crawl, then walk through the darkness, my senses on high alert. I tried to feel for the distant hum, to map the surrounding network. It was faint here, a barely perceptible tremor, confirming my distance from their primary operations. The tunnel twisted and turned, sometimes opening into small, claustrophobic chambers, sometimes narrowing to a tight squeeze. I kept going, pushing through the fatigue, the pain, the lingering terror. My only guide was a desperate hope that this natural formation would eventually lead to the surface, to sunlight, to a world untainted by blue light and silent horror. After what felt like an eternity, I began to feel a faint draft, a movement of air, and then a smell, damp earth, decaying leaves, the familiar scent of the forest floor, unfiltered by alien ozone. I was getting closer to the surface. The tunnel began to ascend, gradually at first, then more steeply. I clambered up, my hands and knees raw, my muscles screaming in protest. The faint draft grew stronger, carrying with it the undeniable scent of pine. And then a tiny pinprick of light far above me. Daylight. Hope surged through me, a desperate, exhilarating wave. I pushed harder, scrambling upwards, my heart pounding with renewed vigor. The pinprick grew into a sliver, then a widening crack, revealing a patch of gray sky. I burst out of the ground, tumbling onto a carpet of pine needles, gasping for breath. I lay there for a moment, disoriented, blinded by the subdued morning light, my body aching, but my mind strangely clear. I was in a dense thicket, far from any established trail. The air was cold, damp, smelling of earth and winter. Birds chirped faintly in the distance. The world was normal. But I was not. I pushed myself up, brushing off dirt and leaves. My clothes were torn, my face streaked with grime and blood, my hands scraped. But I was out. I had escaped for now. The internal hum was still there, a constant presence, reminding me of my terrifying connection. But here, in the natural world, it was subdued, a quiet thrum rather than an insistent roar. I needed to get back to my truck, to civilization. But more importantly, I needed to process everything. The journey back was a blur of aching muscles and a mind racing with impossible truths. I navigated by instinct, by a subtle pull that my rewired senses still registered, guiding me away from the deeper pockets of alien influence. I felt like a creature caught between two worlds, too alien for humanity, too human for their cold, cosmic purpose. When I finally reached my truck, parked exactly where I'd left it, a profound wave of exhaustion washed over me. I practically fell into the driver's seat, resting my head against the steering wheel. I looked at my reflection in the rearview mirror, wild eyes, haunted face, a thin trickle of dried blood still visible beneath my nose. I was a wreck. But I was alive, and I had learned something fundamental. They wanted me, and I could fight them, not with strength or technology, but with the very chaos of my human spirit, my individuality, my capacity for defiance. I drove back to Maplewood, the familiar journey now feeling surreal. The quaint houses, the bustling main street, the oblivious faces of the townspeople, it all seemed like a fragile illusion, a thin veneer of normalcy. They were sheep, unknowingly grazing in the shadow of a cosmic predator. Back in my motel room, I peeled off my torn, filthy clothes, stepping into a scalding hot shower. The water ran red with dirt and blood, washing away the physical grime, but doing little to cleanse the horror from my mind. As the steam filled the small bathroom, I looked at my reflection in the foggy mirror. My eyes held a new, unsettling depth, a strange clarity. The constant cold was still there, a deep chill that permeated my bones. My body felt lighter, stronger, almost as if it had been honed by the ordeal, a living weapon. Sleep was still a distant luxury. The sedative no longer worked effectively, merely blunting the sharp edges of my heightened awareness, never truly silencing the hum. My mind was in overdrive, constantly processing, analyzing, searching for patterns, for weaknesses. I spent the next few days in a state of hypervigilance, my body moving through the mundane motions of life while my mind dwelled in the depths of the alien network. I bought new clothes, cleaned my truck, tried to appear normal, but inside I was screaming. I knew I couldn't go back into the structure alone again. Not yet. I had learned a lot, but I was still largely powerless against their physical might and their sheer numbers. I needed a plan, and I needed to understand more about that host body, the template they were preparing. My disruption had been temporary, a mere glitch, but it had shown me something. They were susceptible to unforeseen variables, to chaos. My human consciousness, my very individuality, was the disruptive force. I also realized that my actions had likely alerted the entire network to my true nature. I was no longer a specimen to observe. I was an anomaly to neutralize, and that meant the hunt was on. I needed to gather more information about the host body. Why were they creating a bridge specimen? Was it a more stable way to funnel consciousness, or something more sinister? I thought about Old Man Hemlock. He was my only confidant, the only person who had even a fraction of an understanding of what was happening. I hadn't heard from him since sending the pinecone message. Had he been watching? Had he seen anything? Or had he become a target himself? A chilling thought. I had to contact him, but discreetly. I couldn't risk leading the aliens to him. They were likely monitoring my communications, my movements, my connection to their network, while a tool for me was also a vulnerability. I decided on a physical meeting, no electronics. I would drive by his cabin, make sure he was there, and then try to arrange a covert meeting. The next morning, I drove out towards Old Man Hemlock's cabin, taking a circuitous route, constantly checking my rearview mirror, my enhanced senses straining to detect any unusual energetic signatures. The forest seemed to hold its breath, a silent, watchful presence. His cabin was nestled deep in the woods, far from any paved road. As I approached, I saw the familiar plume of smoke rising from his chimney. A wave of relief washed over me. He was alive. I parked my truck a quarter-mile down the dirt road and approached on foot, moving silently through the trees. I wanted to observe before making my presence known. His cabin, a ramshackle collection of logs and salvaged wood, stood exactly as I remembered it. His old Ford pickup was parked out front. His dog, a scruffy hound named Rusty, was usually barking up a storm at any approaching stranger, but today there was only silence. A knot of unease tightened in my stomach. The silence was too profound. Not a single energetic signature detected other than my own. I approached cautiously, my hand on the hilt of my hunting knife, my eyes scanning the perimeter. The air here was heavy, still devoid of the usual sounds of the forest. The birdsong was absent. The subtle rustle of leaves was gone. It was like a miniature quiet zone centered around the cabin. Then I saw it. On the dirt path leading to the cabin, almost perfectly camouflaged against the mud, was a single alien symbol. It was faintly glowing, the same intricate, geometric pattern I had seen etched on the trees in the quiet zone. My blood ran cold. They had been here. I felt a surge of adrenaline, my heart hammering against my ribs. I moved faster, my caution dissolving into desperate fear. I reached the cabin door, which stood slightly ajar. I pushed it open slowly, my eyes darting into the dim interior. The cabin was in disarray, chairs overturned, books scattered, the old wood stove cold. A half-eaten bowl of oatmeal sat on the table, a spoon still in it, covered in a thin film of dust. It looked like he had been interrupted mid-meal. Hemlock, I whispered, my voice hoarse. No answer. I moved deeper into the cabin, my eyes scanning every shadow, every corner. His old rifle was still hanging on the wall, untouched. Nothing seemed to be missing. No signs of a struggle, no blood. Just a profound, unnerving emptiness. Then I saw something on the small, cluttered desk in his study. A piece of parchment, weighted down by a smooth river stone, and on it another alien symbol, crudely drawn but unmistakable. Beneath it, in shaky, unfamiliar handwriting, was a single, chilling word: bridge. My grandfather's compass, the one I had left in my backpack, was lying on the floor nearby, its needle spinning wildly, uselessly. Old Man Hemlock was gone. He had been taken, and he had tried to leave me a message, a warning. Bridge, the host body, the template. He must have seen something, discovered something before they took him. He had known, somehow, about the bridge specimen. A wave of despair washed over me, cold and suffocating. My last link to the human world gone, my only potential ally harvested. He had sent me a coded message, and in his attempt to respond, or perhaps just because he knew too much, they had taken him, my fault. I felt a fresh surge of fury, cold and clear. They were expanding their reach, becoming bolder, more aggressive. They were eliminating anyone who might pose a threat, anyone who might get too close, and I was next. But the message, bridge, it was a clue, a confirmation. The large tube, the re-engineered body, that was their next target, their crucial step. And now they had taken Old Man Hemlock. Had he been deemed a suitable candidate for a new bridge host, or was his consciousness now being harvested, processed, refined? The thought made me sick to my stomach. I backed out of the cabin, the oppressive silence weighing on me. I didn't touch anything else. No point. The evidence was clear. And now the aliens knew I was here. My energetic signature, my presence, would be screamingly obvious to them in this now compromised location. I turned and ran, not back to my truck, but deeper into the woods, moving quickly, silently, instinctively. I needed to move, to create distance, to lose their potential pursuit. I hiked for hours, moving through dense undergrowth, trying to suppress my own energetic signature, to make myself as indistinct as possible to their network. The internal hum was a constant reminder of their presence, their awareness. My mind raced, connecting the dots. Old Man Hemlock had suspected something for years, collecting local legends, tracking disappearances, perhaps even venturing into the quiet zone himself. His pinecone message had been a direct signal that I was going back in. And then he was gone, leaving a final, cryptic warning about the bridge. They were tightening the net. My previous escape, my disruption, had made me a priority, and Hemlock's disappearance was a direct consequence of my actions, however unintended. I needed a new strategy. I couldn't confront them physically. I couldn't fight their psychic subjugation alone every time. I needed to strike at their core, at their weakness. And the weakness was the bridge, the host body. It was crucial to their long-term plan, their full integration into our world. If I could disrupt that, truly disrupt it, perhaps even destroy it, I could buy humanity time. But how? My cutting torch and pry bar had been useless. My mental projection had only caused a momentary glitch and revealed my presence. I needed a more fundamental approach, something that resonated with their own system, but twisted it to my purpose. I thought about the nature of their harvesting, the distillation of consciousness into pure energy. The host body was being prepared to receive something, perhaps a new, more stable form for their own multidimensional consciousness, a way to better interact with our physical reality. What if the weakness wasn't in the physical apparatus, but in the energy itself? What if I could corrupt the energy flowing into the host body, or perhaps create a feedback loop that would destabilize the entire process? I remembered the sheer, overwhelming surge of information, the symphony of alien frequencies when I touched the metallic box. It was a localized node, a potent focal point of their network, and I, the rewired conduit, could perceive and interact with those frequencies. The host body in the large tube was also a focal point, but one designed for reception, for integration. It was a delicate process, a fragile balance of alien technology and human biology, and that fragility might be its undoing. I needed to go back to the charnel house of tubes, back to that large single chamber containing the host body. But this time I needed to go with a precise, targeted attack plan, not a brute force attempt, but an energetic one. My mind, still racing, began to construct a theoretical approach. If I could tap into the energy flowing into the host body, and then, using my own rewired consciousness as a conduit, inject a specific disruptive frequency, a chaotic human frequency, could I destabilize the integration process? Could I turn the bridge into a trap? It was a suicidal plan. Injecting my own chaotic energy into their system might overwhelm me, might permanently corrupt my own consciousness, or simply cause me to explode. But what other choice did I have? Old Man Hemlock was gone. More people were vanishing every day. This was a war, and I was humanity's only, unlikely weapon. I needed to find another way back into the alien structure. The natural fissure I had used to escape was too far, too indirect. I needed to use my knowledge of their network, my internal map, to find a more direct, yet unnoticed, entry point. They would be expecting me near the main portal. I needed to surprise them. I spent the next 2 days moving through the fringes of the quiet zone, staying hidden, observing, listening to the hum. My new senses became even more refined. I could feel the ebb and flow of their energy, the subtle shifts in their patrolling patterns. They were searching. Their energetic signatures were moving in wider, more concentrated sweeps, trying to pinpoint my location. I was a ghost in their machine, but a hunted one. I mapped out their network in my mind, identifying secondary nodes, lesser energy conduits, and even faint, almost imperceptible blind spots in their sensory web. They were powerful, but not infallible. Their system, though vast, was still a system, with logical pathways and predictable energy flows. And logic had vulnerabilities when faced with the illogical. I found it, a smaller, less prominent entrance, disguised as a cluster of ancient, gnarled trees, their roots intertwining to form a natural-looking cave mouth. My internal hum resonated strongly here, indicating a direct but less used connection to the network below. It wasn't as grand as the main portal, nor as crude as the original rock formation. It was a service entrance, perhaps, for their smaller, more agile creatures, or for specific material transport. Crucially, its energetic signature was faint, a low background hum, suggesting it wasn't heavily monitored. I prepared for my return. This time I didn't carry the pry bar or the cutting torch. My weapons would be internal. I brought only essentials: food, water, a more powerful headlamp, and a few small, improvised EMP devices I had spent hours assembling in my motel room, using scavenged electronic components. I had no idea if they would work against alien technology, but it was a desperate attempt to introduce a chaotic, electromagnetic burst if all else failed. As a final, desperate measure, I also carried a small, sealed vial of highly corrosive acid, another borrowed item, this one from a local chemical supply store. It was meant for industrial use, capable of eating through metal. Again, a long shot, but I needed options. I sent no message to Hemlock. There was no one left to warn. Under the cover of a moonless night, I approached the hidden entrance. The air was cold, silent, filled with the pervasive alien hum. The ancient trees seemed to watch me, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching into the darkness. I slipped into the cave mouth, plunging into the inky blackness. The passage was narrow, damp, smelling of earth and raw stone. It twisted downwards, a dizzying spiral, illuminated only by my headlamp. The hum intensified with every step, growing from a distant thrum to a resonant throb that vibrated through my bones. After what felt like a long descent, the passage opened into a wider tunnel, distinctly alien in its construction. The walls here were smooth, dark, pulsing with faint internal light. This was their domain. I moved with extreme caution, my stealth ability, the one I had instinctively used before, now honed through days of intense practice. I focused my will, blending my energetic signature with the ambient hum of the network, making myself a blank space in their cosmic awareness. It was still draining, but I could maintain it for longer now, my rewired body adapting to the immense effort. I moved through a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers, navigating by my internal map, by the flow of energy, by the faint, distinct hum of specific areas. I avoided the main cavern, the machinery chamber, heading directly for the passage of tubes. The metallic blood scent grew stronger as I approached, the red light of the tubes casting an eerie glow on the tunnel walls. My stomach churned, but I pushed down the nausea, my grim determination overriding all other sensations. I slipped into the charnel house, the horror of the dismembered parts now a familiar, albeit still revolting, sight. I kept my gaze focused, moving past the countless tubes towards the end of the passage. The larger tube, the bridge specimen, stood before me. The whole human body, suspended in its dark, viscous fluid, the intricate, glowing filaments radiating from its skin, connecting it to the alien technology. The hum from this tube was a complex symphony, a unique frequency within the network, humming with the promise of a terrifying integration.
Please, someone help!
I knelt before the access seam in the polished stone floor, directly beneath the large tube. I could feel the localized control interface beneath my hand, pulsing with alien energy. This was my target. I closed my eyes, focusing all my will, all my rewired consciousness, on the hum emanating from the host body. I could perceive the energy flowing into it, the complex frequencies that were subtly re-engineering the human biology, preparing it for something unimaginable. I began to craft my attack, not a physical one, but an energetic one. I started to gather all the chaotic human frequencies within me, my fear, my anger, my grief for hemlock, my desperate hope for humanity. I distilled them, not into a clear signal, but into a raw, disruptive static, a pure, unadulterated burst of chaotic noise. Then slowly, carefully, I began to project it. I forced my own rewired frequency to resonate with the incoming alien energy, to entwine with it, and then to inject my chaotic static directly into the flow. The effort was immediate, immense. My body seized up, convulsing violently. My head pounded, a blinding, skull-splitting agony. I felt a searing pain, as if 1,000 needles were being driven into my brain. Blood streamed from my nose, from my ears, warm and sticky against my skin. The hum from the large tube sputtered, a momentary choke in its steady rhythm. The glowing filaments around the host body flickered, dimming, then flaring erratically. The viscous fluid in the tube began to churn, not with a gentle tremor, but with violent, chaotic ripples, as if an invisible tempest was brewing within. I pushed harder, roaring silently, pouring every last ounce of my being into the disruptive surge. My vision swam, red and black. I felt my own consciousness stretching, tearing, threatening to snap under the immense pressure. I was burning myself out, destroying myself from the inside. But it was working. The host body in the tube began to writhe, not with conscious movement, but with violent, uncontrolled spasms. The serene expression on its face twisted into a grimace of pure agony, its eyes remaining closed, but its mouth opening in a silent scream. The delicate re-engineering process was failing, corrupted by my invasive static. Then a new hum, a sharp, piercing frequency that cut through the cacophony of my internal struggle. It was an alarm, a detection. My stealth was
Get me out!
broken, they
Please,
knew.
Someone help!
From the tunnel leading back to the main cavern, a new, rapidly approaching energetic signature erupted. Not one creature, but multiple. Their signatures were furious, coalescing into a single, overwhelming wave of alien presence. I didn't stop. I couldn't. I was too deep, too committed. I had to finish this. I poured one last, agonizing surge of my chaotic energy into the interface. My body spasmed one last time, a final, convulsive roar. The large tube shuddered violently. A crack, thin as a hair, appeared in its transparent wall, then spiderwebbed outwards. The viscous fluid within bubbled and frothed, a grotesque crimson foam. The glowing filaments snapped, one by one, with tiny, crackling sounds, releasing bursts of raw, uncontrolled energy. The host body twisted, its spasms growing more violent, its face a mask of silent, unimaginable torment. And then, with a deafening crack, the entire tube exploded. A wave of scalding, crimson fluid, mixed with fragments of transparent alien material, erupted outwards, engulfing me, slamming me against the opposite wall. The force of the blast ripped a scream from my throat, a physical, visceral cry of pain. I lay there, dazed, soaked in the burning, viscous liquid, my body screaming in agony. The air was thick with the metallic blood smell, now mixed with the acrid scent of ozone and burnt organic matter. The red lights of the surrounding tubes flickered erratically, some dimming, some flaring, as if the entire system had been thrown into disarray. The pervasive hum of the network was now a chaotic shriek, a discordant symphony of alarms. I forced my eyes open, my vision blurred by the fluid and the pain. The remnants of the large tube were shattered, scattered across the floor. The host body, or what was left of it, lay mangled, charred, amidst the wreckage, its serene expression replaced by the horror of its final, agonizing moments. It was done. The bridge was destroyed. But the silence, the temporary reprieve I had hoped for, never came. Instead, the chaotic shriek intensified, coalescing into a single, overwhelming wave of alien fury. The tunnel leading to the main cavern was now alight with multiple, blazing, energetic signatures. They were here, all of them, and they were enraged. I tried to push myself up, my muscles screaming in protest, my body trembling. The scalding fluid clung to me, burning my skin. I was weak, exposed, trapped. And then from the tunnel they emerged. Not just 2 or 3, but a dozen of the featureless creatures, their forms gliding with chilling speed, their energetic signatures blazing with an intensity I had never felt before. They were a unified wave of focused, lethal intention. They stopped at the entrance to the passage, their featureless forms reflecting the red, flickering light of the remaining tubes. Their collective awareness was a crushing weight in my mind, a silent, furious roar of incomprehensible anger. I knew they were no longer trying to integrate me. They were no longer observing their experiment. I was an enemy, a saboteur, and they would eliminate me. I struggled to my feet, bracing myself, my hunting knife clutched tightly in my burned, trembling hand. It was a pathetic human weapon against their cosmic might, but it was all I had. The first creature glided forward, its energetic signature blazing, converging on me. The others remained, a silent, watchful perimeter, their collective. Collective anger, a palpable, crushing weight in my mind. I stared at the first creature, its featureless form reflecting the chaotic red light then at the silent, unwavering line of its brethren behind it. My knife felt impossibly small, a child's toy. My body was screaming, soaked in the burning, viscous fluid, every muscle trembling. But beneath the pain, a cold, hard kernel of defiance still burned. I had destroyed their bridge. I had struck a blow, and I would not surrender. The first creature moved, not in a rush, but with an unsettling, deliberate grace, its energetic signature flaring with a targeted intensity. It was an overwhelming force, a precision instrument of their cosmic will. I braced myself, tightening my grip on the knife. But before it could reach me, something unexpected happened. The entire chamber shuddered. Not just a tremor, but a deep, resonant vibration that came from the very foundations of the alien structure. The red lights of the remaining tubes flickered violently, some dying altogether, plunging sections of the charnel house into momentary darkness before flaring back to life. The chaotic shriek of the network intensified, a discordant symphony of alarms, but now overlaid with a new, deeper, almost structural groaning. The creatures hesitated, their energetic signatures, previously a unified wave of focused fury, faltered, momentarily breaking apart as they registered the new, unexpected threat. They turned their featureless heads, not towards me, but towards the source of the vibration, a silent, internal communication passing between them. My mind, still reeling from the explosion and the alien backlash, tried to process this new data. The destruction of the bridge had caused more than just a localized disruption. It had destabilized something deeper, something fundamental to the entire structure. The chaotic energy I had injected, combined with the raw physical blast, had created a catastrophic feedback loop. This was my chance, a desperate, fleeting window of opportunity. I didn't think, I reacted, ignoring the searing pain, ignoring the still-present alien fluid clinging to my skin. I lunged, not at the creatures, but towards the gaping maw of the shattered tube. The wreckage was still bubbling, still emitting pulses of raw, unstable energy. It was dangerous, volatile, but also a shield, a chaotic barrier. I scrambled over the mangled remains of the host body, plunging my hands into the still churning, scalding fluid. My fingers burned, the pain blinding, but I forced myself to endure. I wasn't just hiding, I was tapping into the residual chaos. As my hands sank into the mixture of blood, alien fluid, and shattered crystalline fragments, my internal hum resonated violently. The sheer, untamed energy of the explosion, amplified by my own rewired connection, flowed through me, overwhelming my senses. It was a torrent of raw, unfettered power, a reflection of the chaotic static I had unleashed. I focused on that chaos. I didn't try to control it, but to become it, to amplify it, to turn my own body into a resonant frequency of pure, destructive interference. It was a suicidal gamble, a last-ditch effort to create a disruption so massive, so incomprehensibly chaotic, that it would blind them, if only for a few agonizing seconds. The creatures, momentarily distracted by the structural instability, now turned their attention back to me. Their energetic signatures flared, converging again, realizing my intent, but I was already too deep into the resonance. A primal scream tore from my throat, not of pain, but of pure, unadulterated defiance. My body convulsed, a conduit for the chaotic energies, vibrating with an intensity that threatened to tear me apart. My vision dissolved into a blinding white flash, my ears filled with a deafening roar that was both internal and external. Then a sudden, explosive surge, not a physical blast, but an energetic one, a pulse of pure, unrefined chaos that radiated outwards from me, through the wreckage, through the charnel house, through the entire network. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. The red lights of the tubes exploded, one after another, in a horrifying chain reaction. Glass fragments, viscous fluid, and dismembered parts rained down around me, a macabre cascade of biological horror. The entire passage was plunged into a strobe-like chaos of exploding lights and showering debris. The dozen creatures faltered, their energetic signatures not just disrupted, but temporarily severed. They recoiled, their forms flickering, as if their connection to the network had been violently yanked. Their unified awareness shattered into individual fragments of confusion and disorientation. They were momentarily blind, deaf, and paralyzed in the face of such overwhelming, localized chaos. I crumpled to the floor, the last of my energy spent, my body a trembling mess of raw nerves and screaming pain. I was half buried under the detritus of the exploded tubes, soaked in alien fluids, my skin blistering from the scalding blast and the subsequent energetic surge. My ears rang, my vision was still a chaotic kaleidoscope, but the immediate, crushing pressure of their collective minds was gone. The entire charnel house was a scene of utter devastation. The walls of tubes were shattered, the contents spilled and scattered, forming a gruesome, steaming pool on the floor. The pervasive metallic blood smell was now overpowering, sickening, mixed with the acrid stench of burnt electronics and ozone. I was alive, and for a few precious seconds, they were crippled. I pushed myself up, crawling, then stumbling over the wreckage, my legs barely holding me. The way back through the passage was now a perilous obstacle course of sharp glass, sticky fluids, and the grotesque remains of their harvest. I didn't care. I just needed to move. I could feel their energetic signatures slowly reforming, re-establishing their connection, their awareness sharpening. The momentary paralysis was wearing off. They would be coming for me with renewed, even greater fury. I burst out of the shattered charnel house, back into the main cavern. The blue light, usually so stable and imposing, was now flickering erratically, dimming and brightening with alarming speed. The entire structure was groaning louder now, a deep, ominous tremor resonating through the stone. The destruction of the bridge, amplified by my chaotic surge, had not just created a localized explosion. It had sent a shockwave through their entire system, critically destabilizing their power source, their energy conduits. Their grand, meticulously built harvesting operation was beginning to unravel. I ignored the flashing blue lights, ignored the tremor, ignored the faint, distant hum of the creatures now mobilizing in the charnel house. My internal map, though still reeling, showed me a path. Not the main portal, not the machinery chamber, a different one. The natural fissure, my escape route. I sprinted, weaving between the rows of inert human forms in their glowing columns. Many of the columns were flickering too, their internal lights dimming, then regaining their intensity, as if struggling against a power fluctuation. A few of the tubes, however, had gone completely dark, the suspended forms within them losing their eerie glow, becoming just still, pale bodies in a glass coffin. My chaos had touched even them. My rewired senses, though damaged by the energetic feedback, were still functioning, guiding me through the flickering light. I could feel the tremors in the stone floor, feel the subtle shifts in the air currents, hear the ominous groaning of the structure around me. It was collapsing, or at least being severely damaged. I reached the narrow opening, the hidden crack in the natural rock wall. I forced myself through, scraping my raw, burned skin against the rough stone, crying out in pain. But I kept going, pushing, scrambling, desperate to get out before the entire structure came down around me. The tunnel was dark, cold, and silent, a blessed relief after the chaos. The alien hum, now a distant, chaotic murmur, faded further with every step. The tremor still reached me, a deep rumble beneath my feet, but it was muted, a dying echo. I didn't stop to rest. I stumbled through the darkness, my headlamp a weak beacon, my mind screaming at me to keep moving. The ascent was brutal, my muscles protesting with every strained movement. The scalding alien fluid began to cool, leaving a sticky, burning residue on my skin. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw it again. The pinprick of light, growing into a sliver, then a widening crack of gray morning sky. I scrambled out, collapsing onto the pine needles, gasping for breath, my lungs burning, my body trembling uncontrollably. I lay there shivering, drenched in sweat and alien fluid, my senses slowly returning to a semblance of normal. The forest air was cold, crisp, carrying the familiar sense of pine and damp earth. Birds chirped in the distance. Sunlight, diffused by the morning clouds, filtered through the canopy. I was out again. But this time it was different. I looked back at the forest, towards where the quiet zone lay hidden. The air above the trees shimmered faintly, a subtle distortion visible only to my enhanced eyes. A faint, almost imperceptible pillar of blue light, unstable and flickering, was rising into the sky from deep within the forest. It was collapsing. The entire structure, or at least a significant part of it, was coming down. I had done it. I had shattered their bridge, and in doing so, I had crippled their core operations, caused a massive structural failure. But the cost... My body was a wreck. Every inch of my skin burned. My ears still rang, a phantom shriek in my mind. The alien cold still permeated my bones, but now it was joined by a profound physical exhaustion that threatened to pull me into unconsciousness. I forced myself up, leaning against a tree, my head spinning. I had to get away to find true safety. The blue light, even if it was collapsing, still marked the area, and I was still connected. My internal hum, though subdued, was still present. It was no longer a clear, ordered symphony, but a chaotic, broken signal, interspersed with static and intermittent bursts of alarm. Their network was in disarray, but it was not destroyed, and my connection to it, though damaged, was still active. I started to move slowly, painfully, through the dense undergrowth, putting distance between myself and the collapsing alien structure. My mind, despite the pain and exhaustion, was racing. I had dealt a massive blow, but it was not the end. They were still here. They were still a threat, and now they were injured and enraged. I reached my truck, parked far from the quiet zone. The familiar sight was a comfort, a small anchor in a world that had gone utterly insane. I practically fell into the driver's seat, starting the engine with a trembling hand. The journey back to Maplewood was a blur. My mind kept replaying the events, the exploding tubes, the writhing host body, the paralyzed creatures, the collapsing structure. Old Man Hemlock's last word, bridge, echoed in my mind, a poignant reminder of his sacrifice, a confirmation that I had chosen the right target. Back in my motel room, I looked in the mirror. My face was caked with grime, blood, and the dried alien fluid, which had left angry, red welts on my skin. My hair was matted, my eyes wild, haunted, but also alight with a fierce, terrible triumph. I was a mess, but I was a survivor, a saboteur. The scalding shower did little to ease the burning on my skin or the persistent ache in my bones, but it washed away the physical evidence, the fluids, the dirt. I examined the welts. They were fading, but slowly. The alien energies had marked me. Sleep was impossible. My mind was too active, too connected, too aware. The internal hum, though broken, still provided a stream of information. The alien network was struggling. Its central functions were degraded. Patrols were erratic, energy signatures frantic and disorganized. My chaotic surge had ripped through their pristine logical system. But I also sensed a new shift, a change in their collective focus. Before, it had been about harvest and observation. Now it was about containment, repair, and above all, retribution. I was no longer an interesting anomaly. I was a designated enemy, the source of their catastrophic failure. I spent the next few days in a state of intense, almost frantic planning. I ate, I drank, I moved through the motions of life, but my mind was entirely focused on the enemy. I studied the faint, chaotic hum, trying to decipher their new patterns, their new weaknesses. The destruction of the bridge meant they would have to restart their most crucial project. It bought humanity time, but it also made me their prime target. They would stop at nothing to eliminate me. I knew I couldn't simply escape and hide. They would hunt me relentlessly. My connection to their network, which had been my weapon, was now also a beacon, however faint and distorted. They would find me. I needed to strike again, but this time it had to be a killing blow. I had to disable their harvesting operation entirely, not just wound it, and the most logical target was the portal. The shimmering veil to their home world, the direct line, the highway of pure potential. If I could destroy that, if I could sever their connection to our world, then perhaps humanity would be truly safe. But destroying the portal was an even more dangerous proposition than destroying the bridge. The portal was a massive concentration of refined consciousness energy. Its destruction could trigger an explosion that would vaporize the entire mountain, or worse, open an even more catastrophic tear in reality. I had to understand the portal more deeply. My previous assessment was that it was unstable, prone to fluctuations. That instability might be the key. My chaotic energy had exploited the inherent instability of the bridge. Could it do the same to the portal? I tried to use my damaged internal hum to analyze the portal's signature, but the network was too fragmented, too chaotic. I couldn't get a clean read. I needed to get closer, but not yet, not without a plan. I thought about the EMP devices I had assembled. They hadn't been used in the charnel house, a lucky oversight. Could they affect the portal? A localized, massive electromagnetic burst might destabilize its quantum layers, but it was a crude, human solution to alien physics. And the acid, highly corrosive. Would it even interact with alien technology? Or would it be instantly neutralized, or worse, cause an uncontrolled reaction? I needed allies, but who? Old Man Hemlock was gone. Ranger Everett was gone. The townspeople were oblivious. I was alone. But then a memory surfaced, flickering through the chaos of my mind. Ranger Everett's files, the research into local anomalies, the whispers of something under the mountain. He hadn't been an ordinary park ranger. He had been investigating, and he had been close. His office, his computer, could there be anything left? Any hidden files, any contacts, any research that might provide a clue? It was a long shot, but it was the only lead I had left. The park ranger station was a small, unassuming building on the outskirts of Maplewood, near the entrance to the national park. It was probably being monitored, but perhaps less intensely than the quiet zone itself. Their main focus would be on repairing their core operations and hunting me. I decided to go at night. Under the cover of a moonless sky, I drove my truck to the park station. The building was dark, silent, its windows reflecting the sparse streetlights. I parked a few blocks away and approached on foot, moving through the shadows, my senses straining for any sign of alien presence. The internal hum was a low thrum now, almost subliminal, making it harder to detect specific signatures, but also harder for them to pinpoint me. The front door was locked, but the back window, leading into Everett's office, was slightly ajar. Typical Everett, always a little lax with security. Or perhaps he had left it that way intentionally, a silent invitation, knowing someone might come looking for answers. I slipped inside, moving with practiced stealth. The office was exactly as Everett had left it, meticulously organized, but with a faint layer of dust now settling on everything. His desk was neat, his computer monitor a dark, blank rectangle. I powered on the computer. It hummed to life, displaying a login screen, Everett's password. I tried a few obvious guesses. His badge number, Ranger Everett, Pinecone, a long shot. Nothing worked. Frustration flared. I needed access. I wasn't a hacker. My enhanced abilities gave me insight into alien networks, not human cybersecurity. Then a thought. Everett had mentioned my grandfather. He had respected him. Maybe a personal connection. I remembered my grandfather's favorite phrase etched on the back of his compass: seek the heart of the wild. I typed heart of the wild. The screen flickered. Access granted. A wave of relief washed over me. Everett had been expecting someone, or at least, had left a breadcrumb for a specific kind of person. The desktop was clean, with only standard park service applications, but I knew Everett. He was too careful, too meticulous to leave his sensitive research out in the open. I opened his My Documents folder. It was filled with mundane reports. But then I noticed a hidden folder, marked only by a tiny, almost invisible pixel in the corner of the screen. My rewired vision, refined by the alien network, picked up the subtle distortion, the slight energetic signature of a deliberately concealed file. I clicked on it. It opened. The folder contained dozens of files, encrypted documents, blurred satellite images, grainy photographs, audio recordings, and what looked like geological surveys. This was it, Everett's deep dive. I started sifting through the files, my mind working at an incredible speed, processing the information. There were detailed reports on the quiet zone, far more extensive than anything in the public record. Geological anomalies, fluctuating electromagnetic fields, strange seismic readings that didn't correspond to any known fault lines. He had even tried to map the energetic signatures, using his own crude equipment, years before I ever stumbled upon the alien network. He had been close, so terribly close. One file, labeled Project Echo, immediately caught my attention. It contained a series of encrypted communication logs. I tried to open them, but they required another password. "Everett," I whispered, thinking aloud. "Who were you talking to?" I scrolled through the other files. Photographs of missing persons, many of them dating back decades, some even older, hinting at a generational pattern. Hand-drawn maps of the quiet zone, marked with strange symbols that resembled the alien symbols I had seen etched on the trees, and the one old man Hemlock had left. Everett had been trying to decode their language. Then I found an audio file, dated just a few days before he disappeared. I clicked play. The recording was faint, crackly, filled with static. It was Everett's voice, hushed, urgent. The hum is getting stronger, more frequent disappearances. They're accelerating, and the energy readings, they're off the charts. Something's changing. La pause, a sharp intake of breath. I think I found it, a pattern. The energy isn't just flowing out, it's flowing in, a specific frequency. It's a bridge. They're building a bridge. My breath caught in my throat. He knew. He had figured it out, just like hemlock. I've been trying to replicate the frequency, to understand its resonance. If I can understand the input, maybe I can disrupt the output, cause a feedback loop, but it's complex. It's beyond anything human. Another pause, the static grew louder. I've made contact with a few others. They're scattered, isolated, but they believe me. They've seen things too, experienced things. They call themselves the Watchers. They're trying to understand the pattern. We've been communicating through encrypted channels. Code name for me is Pinecone. And the symbol of the bridge, it's a direct link to the core. If I can get close enough, if I can find the primary node. The recording cut off abruptly, ending in a burst of static, followed by a faint, metallic clang. Everett's voice, his investigation, his connection to Old Man Hemlock's Pinecone message. The pieces clicked into place. Everett was Pinecone. Hemlock was Pinecone's contact, and they were part of a larger network, the Watchers. This was bigger than just me. There were others who knew, others who had been trying to fight. I frantically searched for the password to Project Echo. Watchers, Echoes, Pinecone, Heart of the Wild. I tried every combination, nothing. I scrolled through more files, maps, schematics, and then a single image, a close-up photograph of a metallic box, eerily familiar. The same box I had touched, the one that had rewired me, the one that had given me the knowledge. This was a direct image of the primary node of their local network. And next to it, written in Everett's neat handwriting, was a series of symbols. Not alien, but human. A complex mathematical formula. And beneath it, a single word, resonance. Resonance, the frequency, the core. I looked at the formula. My rewired mind, processing the alien hum, suddenly understood. It wasn't just a formula. It was a way to calculate the core frequency, the specific energetic signature that allowed the metallic box, the primary node, to interact with the entire alien network. And if you knew that frequency, you could, theoretically, communicate with it or disrupt it. I typed resonance into the password field for Project Echo. The folder opened. A flood of encrypted messages, contact lists, and further research notes appeared. Project Echo was a network of human resistance spread across the country, perhaps even the world, connected by their shared experiences with the alien presence. People who had seen things, felt things, people who believed. One of the contact lists had a name circled, the Oracle, with a set of coordinates deep in the Arizona desert, and a note, underground network, long-term observation, knows the true extent. The true extent. My mind raced. Old Man Hemlock and Everett were part of this. They had been trying to understand the bridge, the integration. They had been trying to find a way to fight back. And now I was the one left, the one with the direct connection, the rewired consciousness, the one who had actually caused a significant disruption. I had to contact the Oracle. I had to find these Watchers. I couldn't fight this alone. And with the alien network in disarray, with them focused on hunting me and repairing their systems, this was my window. I quickly copied all the relevant files onto a secure flash drive. As I finished, a faint, energetic signature brushed against my awareness. Not one of the large creatures, but something smaller, faster. A scout. It was approaching the ranger station. They had found me. I shut down the computer, pulled out the flash drive, and slipped out the window, just as the distant hum of the scout creature intensified, its presence rapidly approaching. I ran back to my truck, my heart pounding, a frantic energy coursing through me. I didn't look back. I knew they would be right behind me. I drove fast out of Maplewood, heading west towards the coordinates of the Oracle. I couldn't risk staying in town. My connection, however faint, was still a beacon. The sun was just beginning to rise, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The familiar landscape of small towns and open highways blurred past me. I felt like a fugitive, on the run from an unseen, all-powerful enemy. But I wasn't just running, I was moving towards something, towards allies, towards answers, towards a larger fight. My internal hum was still there, a constant reminder of my unique, terrifying connection. I could feel the alien network, still chaotic, still struggling, but also beginning to reorganize, to refocus. Their anger was palpable, a distant roar in my mind. They would be hunting me with everything they had. They would send their scouts, their hunters, their most efficient trackers. But I had the Watchers, I had Everett's research, and I had the knowledge of the resonance, the core frequency. My destination, the Arizona desert, a long journey filled with unknown dangers, but I was no longer alone in this fight, not entirely. The drive was grueling. I kept to back roads where possible, avoiding major highways, constantly checking my rearview mirror, my senses straining to detect any anomalous energetic signatures. I drove through small towns that seemed untouched by the cosmic horror I carried within me, their oblivious inhabitants a stark reminder of what I was fighting for. I subsisted on instant coffee and energy bars, rarely stopping. When I did, it was in remote, secluded areas where I would try to meditate, to reconnect with the broken hum of the alien network, to gauge their pursuit. Their presence was a constant, growing pressure, a tightening net. I could feel their scouts fanning out, their focus narrowing. My body was still recovering from the blast. The burns were fading, but the internal exhaustion was profound. The alien cold still permeated my bones, a constant reminder of my altered state. I spent hours poring over Everett's files on the flash drive, trying to absorb every piece of information. The Watchers were a loose affiliation, a resistance movement born of shared trauma and a desperate need to understand. They were scientists, former military, mystics, people from all walks of life who had encountered the aliens in various forms and lived to tell the tale. Some had developed strange sensitivities, others had simply become obsessives. But all of them recognized the pattern, the silent, pervasive threat. The Oracle, according to Everett's notes, was their de facto leader, a reclusive figure who had been tracking the alien presence for decades, long before anyone else had even a hint of the truth. She was said to have an almost preternatural understanding of their technology, their motives, their vulnerabilities. After 3 days of relentless driving, I crossed into Arizona. The landscape changed dramatically, from lush forests to vast, arid plains, punctuated by towering saguaro cacti and ancient rock formations. The sun beat down relentlessly, a stark contrast to the cold, damp mountain air I had left behind. The coordinates led me to a remote, desolate stretch of desert, far from any paved roads or signs of human civilization. The silence here was immense, broken only by the whisper of the wind and the distant cry of a hawk. I followed a faint, almost invisible track, my truck kicking up plumes of dust. The track led deeper into a maze of canyons and mesas, the towering red rock formations casting long, dramatic shadows. As I drove, I began to feel a subtle shift in the ambient energy, something beyond the usual hum of the alien network. It was a different kind of frequency, a shield, a cloaking field, subtly manipulating the local energetic patterns. This was a deliberate effort, not alien but human. The Watchers were good. I parked my truck hidden beneath a rock overhang, well off the track. I continued on foot, carrying only my pack, the flash drive, and my knife. The air was dry, hot, the sand crunching under my boots. After about a mile, I saw it, a single weathered wooden sign, partially buried in the sand, etched with a stylized symbol.
The old
It wasn't
signs are
alien.
returning.
It was a human symbol, but
Join
one I
us.
recognized from Everett's files. A stylized eye watching, the symbol of the Watchers. I followed the direction of the sign, which pointed towards a narrow crevice in the canyon wall, barely visible from a distance. As I approached, the cloaking field intensified, a subtle distortion that my rewired senses could just perceive. I squeezed through the crevice, which opened into a natural cave, cool and dark. The air here was still, carrying a faint scent of dust and ozone. The entrance was cleverly disguised, almost impossible to spot unless you knew what you were looking for. I moved deeper into the cave, my headlamp cutting through the gloom. The passage twisted and turned, descending gently into the earth. After a few minutes, the tunnel opened into a surprisingly large, artificially lit cavern. It was a veritable underground base. Computers hummed, monitors displayed complex data streams, and various pieces of electronic equipment, some of it clearly jury-rigged, blinked with indicator lights. There were cots, a makeshift kitchen, and even a small hydroponic garden. It was a hidden sanctuary, a bastion of human resistance. About a dozen people were scattered throughout the cavern, working at consoles, poring over maps, or talking in hushed tones. They were a motley crew, a woman with a severe haircut studying a holographic projection, a grizzled man with military fatigues adjusting an antenna, a young man intently coding at a terminal. They all looked tired, haunted, but also intensely focused. They looked up as I emerged from the tunnel, their eyes narrowing, their hands instinctively reaching for concealed weapons. My sudden appearance, my unknown energetic signature, had clearly alerted them. A tall, elegant woman with silver hair and eyes that held an unsettling depth of knowledge stepped forward. She moved with a calm authority, her gaze piercing, analytical. This had to be the Oracle. "State your name and purpose," she said, her voice quiet but firm, carrying a distinct echo in the cavern. "And how did you bypass our cloaking array?" I raised my hands, palms open. My name is protagonist's name still leaving blank. I was a park ranger aide. I was sent by Everett. He called himself Pinecone, and I was rewired by them. I can sense their network. A ripple went through the Watchers. Their eyes widened. Some exchanged startled glances. The Oracle's expression remained neutral, but her gaze sharpened, a flicker of profound understanding in her eyes. "Everett," she murmured, a hint of sadness in her voice. "We lost him. You're the one who caused the major disturbance,
me out!
the collapse of
Please,
their
someone
harvesting
help!"
infrastructure. We've been tracking the chaos." "I destroyed their bridge," I confirmed, my voice hoarse, "and their charnel house. It bought us time, but now they're coming for me, and I need to finish them. I need to destroy their portal." The oracle studied me for a long moment, her eyes seeming to probe the very depths of my being. I felt her awareness, not invasive like the aliens, but sharp, inquisitive, intelligent. You have a direct link to their network, she stated, not as a question but a declaration. A prototype, a living weapon. Everett was right, he predicted you. She turned to the others. Stand down, he's one of us, more than one of us even. The watchers slowly relaxed, though their eyes remained wary. The oracle beckoned me closer. Show me what you have, what Everett left you. I handed her the flash drive. She plugged it into a nearby terminal, her fingers flying across the keyboard. The encrypted files opened instantly. She scrolled through Everett's research, her expression growing increasingly grim. The resonance, she murmured, pointing to the formula. Everett was so close. He calculated the primary node's core frequency, the key to their local network. He was trying to figure out how to transmit a counter-frequency, a disruption. I used a chaotic surge, I explained, amplified by the remains of the bridge specimen. It overwhelmed them temporarily, and it broke their network, at least here. The oracle nodded slowly. Impressive, unprecedented, but that was a brute